Some killers hide in shadows. This one walked through front doors. 26 stabbings, 0 witnesses, 1 city paralyzed by terror. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story is darker than the last and the truth is more chilling than fiction. I truly appreciate you being here, but here's the thing. Not everyone is subscribing, liking, or commenting. These stories deserve more than silent views. Whether you're watching from New York, South Africa, Canada, the Philippines, the UK, Sweden, New Zealand, or any of the many other amazing places we can't mention one by one, please know that I see you, appreciate you, and you truly matter to this community. Your presence means a lot. So please hit subscribe, like, and share your thoughts below in the comments. So, have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Great. Thank you. I want you to know that every click and comment counts, and you are very important and highly welcomed here. This is the story of the Little Rock Slasher. The year was 1990, and Little Rock, Arkansas transformed into a hunting ground. While families slept behind locked doors, a phantom moved through their neighborhoods with surgical precision. No forced entry, no screams, just bodies discovered in pools of blood when morning light finally broke. For 3 months, this predator owned the darkness, selecting victims with chilling randomness, striking with brutal efficiency, vanishing like smoke. The police had nothing. The community had fear. And somewhere in those streets, a monster perfected his craft, knowing that every sunrise brought him closer to his next kill. This is the story of the Little Rock Slasher, a nightmare that turned America's heartland into a graveyard. I know you love falling asleep to these stories, and tonight you're in for something truly chilling. We'll be exploring 4 haunting true crime cases, each one darker than the last. So, get cozy, unwind, and let the day melt away. But before you drift off, please don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and comment. And tell us where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. March 1990 arrived cold and unforgiving in Little Rock, the capital city of Arkansas, with its population of 175,000 souls, carried the rhythm of Southern Comfort church bells on Sunday mornings, neighbors waving from porches, children playing until streetlights flickered on. This was a place where people still left their doors unlocked, where trust ran deeper than suspicion. That trust was about to be shattered in the most violent way imaginable. Mary Stetson, a 54-year-old grandmother, lived alone in a modest home on West 16th Street. Her husband had passed 2 years prior, leaving her with memories and a pension that kept the bills paid. She worked part-time at a local library, spent her evenings knitting blankets for her grandchildren, and attended First Baptist Church every Wednesday and Sunday without fail. Her life followed patterns, comfortable, predictable patterns that made her feel safe in a world that seemed increasingly chaotic on the evening news. March 4th fell on a Sunday. Mary had attended evening service, as she always did. Her neighbor, Mrs. Kellerman, watched her arrive home around 8:30 that night, waving from the driveway before disappearing through her front door. That wave would be the last time anyone saw Mary Stetson alive. Monday morning came with pale sunlight filtering through bare tree branches. Mary's daughter, Linda, had called the house repeatedly since 7 a.m. No answer. By 9 o'clock, worry had transformed into panic. Linda drove across town, pulled into her mother's driveway, noticed the morning newspaper still wrapped in plastic on the front step. Her hands trembled as she retrieved the spare key from under the ceramic frog beside the door, the hiding spot her mother had used for 20 years. The front door swung open. Everything appeared normal. The television remote sat on the arm of the couch. A half-finished cup of tea rested on the kitchen counter, a tea bag still floating on the surface. Then Linda noticed the bedroom door, slightly ajar, and something dark streaked across the hallway floor leading toward it. What Linda found in that bedroom would haunt her for the rest of her life. Mary Stetson lay on her bed, nightgown soaked in blood that had long since dried into the mattress. Her body bore multiple stab wounds, Police would later count 16 separate punctures to her chest, abdomen, and throat. The attack had been frenzied, personal, filled with rage that seemed impossible to reconcile with the quiet grandmother who had never harmed anyone. But what disturbed investigators most was the complete absence of evidence suggesting forced entry. No broken windows, no damaged locks. The back door remained bolted from the inside. Either Mary had known her attacker and let them in, or someone had found another way inside. Neither possibility offered any comfort. Detective Howard Mitchell arrived at the scene within 20 minutes of the initial call. A 30-year veteran of the Little Rock Police Department, Mitchell had worked homicides, gang violence, domestic disputes that ended in tragedy. He thought he had seen everything the darkness of human nature could produce. Standing in Mary Stetson's bedroom, he realized he had been wrong. The kill had been savage but calculated. The attacker had struck with enough force to ensure death, but there were no defensive wounds on Mary's hands or arms. This suggested she had been asleep when the assault began, never having a chance to fight back. The weapon appeared to be a large knife, possibly a hunting blade based on the depth and width of the wounds. Most disturbing was the absence of sexual assault. This killer had come for blood alone. Mitchell interviewed neighbors throughout the day. No one had heard screams. No one had seen suspicious vehicles. No one had noticed anything unusual except for a dog barking around midnight, which meant nothing in a residential neighborhood. The killer had moved through the darkness like a ghost, selecting a victim, executing their plan, and disappearing before dawn. The local news carried the story that evening. Reporters stood outside the Stetson house, their solemn faces lit by camera lights as they described the brutal murder of a beloved grandmother. The community responded with shock and grief, but not yet fear. This was a tragedy, certainly, but tragedies happened. Random violence could strike anywhere. Surely this was an isolated incident. Surely lightning wouldn't strike twice. Lightning was just getting started. 3 days later, on March 7th, 66-year-old Thomas McBride failed to show up for his weekly poker game with friends. Thomas, a retired postal worker, lived in a small apartment complex on Woodlawn Avenue, about 4 miles from where Mary Stetson had been killed. His friends knocked on his door repeatedly before asking the building manager to perform a welfare check. The manager's master key turned in the lock. The door opened. The smell hit them immediately. Copper and rot, unmistakable and overwhelming. Thomas lay in his living room recliner, positioned as if he had fallen asleep watching television. But his chest bore 8 stab wounds, and blood had soaked through the chair cushions, dripping onto the carpet below. He had been dead for at least a day, probably longer. Once again, no forced entry. Once again, no witnesses. Once again, the killer had come and gone like vapor. Detective Mitchell stood in Thomas McBride's apartment. His jaw clenched so tight his teeth ached. 2 elderly victims in 3 days, both killed in their homes, both stabbed multiple times, both showing no signs of struggle or forced entry. This wasn't coincidence. This was a pattern, and patterns meant serial killers. The police department held an emergency meeting that night. Captain Robert Dalton, a man whose career had been built on maintaining Little Rock's reputation as a safe, family-oriented city, looked at the evidence boards with growing dread. 2 murders, no leads, no suspects, no motive beyond bloodlust, and worst of all, no way to predict where the killer would strike next. "We need to alert the public," Mitchell argued, jabbing a finger at the crime scene photos. "People need to know there's someone out there targeting the elderly." "We don't know that for certain," Dalton countered, though his voice lacked conviction. "Could be robbery attempts gone wrong. Could be someone these victims knew. Then where's the forced entry? Where's the evidence of theft? These aren't robberies, Captain. This is something else. Something worse." The department issued a press release the next morning, carefully worded to inform without inciting panic. They urged residents to keep their doors locked, to be aware of their surroundings, to report any suspicious activity. What they didn't say was that they had no idea who they were looking for or when this person might strike again. The answer came faster than anyone anticipated. March 11th arrived with unseasonable warmth. temperatures climbing into the mid-70s. Rose Jackson, 72 years old, spent the afternoon tending her garden, planting petunias and marigolds in neat rows along her front walkway. Her neighbor, Mr. Chun, chatted with her over the fence, discussing the weather and sharing complaints about property taxes. Rose seemed in good spirits, laughing at Mr. Chen's jokes, promising to bring him some of her famous peach cobbler later that week. She went inside around 6 in the evening. Mr. Chun heard her lock the door, the deadbolt sliding into place with a metallic click that seemed to echo across the quiet neighborhood. The next morning, Rose's sister arrived for their standing breakfast date. She knocked. No answer. She called Rose's phone. It rang and rang inside the house, but no one picked up. The sister had a key. Rose had insisted she take one after a health scare the previous year, and she used it, pushing open the front door while calling her sister's name. Rose Jackson lay in the hallway between the living room and kitchen, her body positioned as if she had been heading toward the phone when the attack occurred. 13 stab wounds, concentrated on her back and sides. Blood had pooled around her, spreading across the linoleum floor in a dark, sticky lake. The phone receiver dangled from its wall-mounted base, swaying slightly in the breeze from the open door. This time there was a clue, a partial footprint in Rose's blood, suggesting the killer wore a size 10 or 11 shoe with a distinctive tread pattern. It wasn't much, but it was something. Mitchell had the print photographed and sent to the FBI laboratory in Quantico for analysis. By now, the media had seized the story with ravenous intensity. Headlines screamed from every newspaper stand, elderly residents targeted in wave of brutal murders. Television news programs led with the story every night. Reporters camped outside the police station, demanding answers, wanting reassurances that authorities were getting closer to catching this monster. But the truth was they weren't close at all. They were stumbling in the dark, chasing a shadow that left no trace beyond blood and bodies. The community began to fracture under the weight of fear. Hardware stores sold out of deadbolts and security chains. Gun shops reported record sales. Neighborhood watch groups formed overnight, with volunteers patrolling streets in pairs, flashlights cutting through the darkness, searching for threats they wouldn't recognize until it was too late. Churches opened their doors for prayer vigils. Pastors preached about evil walking among them, about the importance of faith in dark times, about trusting in divine protection. But words provided little comfort when death was choosing victims seemingly at random. Mitchell worked 18-hour days, fueled by coffee and determination. He examined crime scene photos until his eyes burned. He interviewed hundreds of potential witnesses. He followed leads that went nowhere, chased theories that collapsed under scrutiny. The killer was careful, methodical, organized. This wasn't someone acting on impulse. This was someone who planned, who prepared, who understood how to move through a community without being noticed. Profilers from the FBI arrived to assist. They sat in conference rooms, building psychological profiles of the unknown subject. Male, they determined between 25 and 45 years old. Physically strong enough to overpower elderly victims. Familiar with the neighborhoods he hunted in. Possibly someone who worked a job that required him to visit people's homes, a repair person, meter reader, delivery driver. Someone who could knock on a door without raising immediate suspicion. The profile was released to the public. Tips flooded the police department's phone lines. Neighbors reported neighbors. Employees reported co-workers. Paranoia spread like poison through Little Rock streets. Everyone became a suspect. Trust, that fundamental bond that held communities together, began to dissolve. And still, the killing wasn't finished. March 17th, St. Patrick's Day. Viola Sanders, 68 years old, lived in a small house on Martin Luther King Drive. She had been a schoolteacher for 40 years, touching thousands of young lives with patience and wisdom. Her former students remembered her fondly, many crediting her with inspiring their own careers. She had retired 5 years earlier, spending her days volunteering at the local animal shelter and doting on her 3 cats. Her mailman found her. He had noticed mail piling up in her box, newspapers collecting on her porch. When he knocked and received no answer, He circled around to the back of the house and peered through a window. What he saw sent him running to the nearest phone booth, dialing 911 with shaking fingers. Viola Sanders had been dead for at least 2 days. The number of stab wounds exceeded 20. The violence inflicted upon her body suggested rage, hatred, a need to destroy that went beyond simply killing. Her cats, confused and hungry, had tracked bloody paw prints throughout the house. For victims, for homes violated, for lives brutally ended. And the police were no closer to identifying the killer than they had been after the first murder. The city descended into full panic. Parents kept children home from school. Businesses reported drops in foot traffic as people chose to stay behind locked doors. The elderly, already vulnerable and aware they were being targeted, became prisoners in their own homes. Some left town entirely, fleeing to stay with relatives in other states until the nightmare ended. Mayor Patricia Williamson held a press conference, standing before a wall of cameras and microphones, her face drawn and exhausted. She promised that every available resource was being devoted to catching the killer. She urged calm, though her own voice betrayed her fear. She assured the public that justice would be served. But promises and assurances couldn't bring back the dead. And they couldn't stop what was coming next, because the Little Rock slasher was just hitting his stride. The early killings had been practice, refinement of technique. Now, fully confident in his ability to hunt without being caught, he was ready to accelerate. The spaces between murders would shrink, the violence would intensify, and a city already on the edge of breaking would be pushed into absolute chaos. Detective Mitchell knew this. He could feel it in his bones, in the pit of his stomach where instinct lived. They were running out of time. The killer was escalating, growing bolder with each successful murder. Soon, the random intervals would disappear entirely. Soon, the slasher would be killing every night or multiple times in a single night. And when that happened, when the floodgates truly opened, the body count would become catastrophic. Standing in Viola Sanders' living room, looking at the blood-soaked carpet and the terror frozen on her face, Mitchell made a silent vow. He would catch this monster. He would stop these murders. Or he would die trying. The hunt was on. But so was the killing. And March had only just begun. The rhythm of death had established itself. Every few days, another body. Every few days, another family destroyed. Every few days, the people of Little Rock looked at their neighbors with a little more suspicion, locked their doors with a little more urgency, lay awake in the darkness wondering if tonight would be the night the slasher came for them. Detective Mitchell's investigation had grown to consume the entire police department. Patrol officers worked double shifts. Detectives postponed vacations indefinitely. The evidence room overflowed with collected items from crime scenes, all of it carefully cataloged, analyzed, and ultimately unhelpful. The killer left no fingerprints, no DNA that could be distinguished from the victim's own biological material. No witnesses who could provide descriptions beyond vague impressions of shadows and movements. The FBI presence in Little Rock expanded. Special Agent Victoria Chun, a behavioral analyst with 15 years of experience hunting serial killers, took over coordination of the federal response. She was brilliant, methodical, and deeply unsettled by what she found in Little Rock. This subject displays characteristics we don't usually see combined, she explained during a briefing on March 20th. Behind her, a projection screen displayed crime scene photos arranged in chronological order. The level of violence suggests disorganization, emotional chaos, someone acting on impulse. But the execution is pure organization. No forced entry, no witnesses, no physical evidence beyond the bodies themselves. He's careful and savage simultaneously. That combination makes him exceptionally dangerous. Mitchell leaned back in his chair, exhaustion evident in every line of his face. What's his endgame? What's he trying to accomplish? Chun paused, choosing her words carefully. Some serial killers have specific victim types that fulfill psychological needs. Others kill for sexual gratification, though we've seen no evidence of that here. And some kill simply because they enjoy it. The act itself becomes the reward. Based on the escalating violence and accelerating timeline, I believe we're dealing with the latter category. He's found something he's good at, something that makes him feel powerful, and he's not going to stop until we make him stop. The room fell silent. Everyone understood what that meant. This wouldn't end with the killer getting bored or satisfied. This wouldn't end with him moving to a different city. This would only end with arrest or death. March 22nd brought a development that both advanced the investigation and deepened the mystery. William Henderson, 71 years old, survived an attack. William was a Korean War veteran, tougher than leather and stubborn as stone. He lived alone in a small house on Woodrow Street, spending his days tinkering with old cars in his garage and watching westerns on television. That night, around 2 in the morning, William woke to a presence in his bedroom. Before he could fully process what was happening, a figure lunged at him with a knife. But William Henderson had survived artillery bombardments and hand-to-hand combat in frozen Korean mountains. His reflexes, though dulled by age, were still sharp enough to save his life. He rolled sideways as the knife came down, the blade slicing through his forearm instead of his chest. Pain exploded through him, but it was pain that sharpened his focus rather than dulling it. He grabbed the bedside lamp and swung it like a club, connecting with the attacker's head. Glass shattered. The figure stumbled backward, and William used that moment to shout. A roar that came from deep in his chest. The battle cry of a soldier who refused to become a victim. The attacker fled. William heard footsteps racing down the hallway, heard his front door slam open, heard running footsteps fading into the night. He wrapped his bleeding arm in a pillowcase and called 911. His voice steady despite the trauma he had just endured. By the time police and paramedics arrived, William was sitting on his front porch, applying pressure to his wound, scanning the street for any sign of the intruder. He provided the first useful description authorities had received. Male, average height, wearing dark clothing and what appeared to be a ski mask or balaclava. The attacker had moved quickly, professionally, like someone comfortable with violence. More importantly, William's resistance had accomplished something no previous victim had managed. He had wounded the attacker. Officers found droplets of blood leading from William's bedroom to the front door. Not much, but enough for DNA testing. For the first time since the murders began, investigators had physical evidence from the killer himself. The blood samples went to the state crime lab with priority status. Testing would take days, possibly weeks, given the backlog and the limitations of early 1990s forensic technology. But it was hope. It was progress. It was the first crack in the killer's perfect armor. News of William Henderson's survival spread through the city like wildfire. Suddenly, the slasher wasn't invincible. He could be hurt. He could be stopped. Gun stores reported another surge in sales. Self-defense classes filled to capacity. The elderly, who had been cowering behind locked doors, began preparing to fight back. But the slasher wasn't deterred. If anything, William's survival seemed to enrage him, driving him to prove that one lucky veteran didn't diminish his power. 3 nights later, March 25th, the killer struck twice in a single evening. Dorothy Murphy, 73, was found by her daughter the next morning. 19 stab wounds. The attack had occurred in her kitchen, where Dorothy had apparently been preparing a late-night snack. A half-made sandwich sat on the counter, bread and sliced turkey arranged neatly, awaiting assembly that would never come. Blood spatter covered the walls, evidence of the frenzy that had consumed her final moments. The second victim that night was Arthur Klein, 69, who lived 6 blocks away from Dorothy. Arthur had been asleep in bed when the killer entered. He never woke up. The attack was swift, efficient, 11 stab wounds, all clustered around vital organs. Death would have come within minutes, possibly seconds. 2 murders in one night represented a terrifying evolution. The cooling-off period between killings, that psychological space serial killers traditionally needed to process and prepare for their next attack, had collapsed completely. The slasher was operating in a state of constant readiness now, hunting whenever opportunity and darkness aligned. Detective Mitchell barely slept anymore. He catnapped in his office between leads, surviving on coffee and adrenaline. His wife begged him to take a break, to let someone else share the burden. But he couldn't. Every new victim felt like a personal failure, another life he hadn't been able to save. The task force expanded to include officers from surrounding jurisdictions and state police investigators. They set up surveillance in neighborhoods where the killings had occurred, hoping to spot patterns or identify suspicious individuals. Patrol cars increased their presence throughout the city. Undercover officers posed as elderly residents, serving as bait to draw the killer out. Nothing worked. The slasher seemed to possess an uncanny ability to avoid police presence, striking in areas just outside surveillance zones, choosing times when patrol cars were responding to calls on the other side of town. It was as if he could sense where the police were and adjusted his hunting accordingly. Paranoia reached fever pitch. Neighbors accused each other. Vigilante groups formed, patrolling streets with baseball bats and hunting rifles, more dangerous to public safety than helpful. The mayor instituted a citywide curfew for anyone over the age of 65, though it was unenforceable and largely ignored by residents who refused to be imprisoned by fear. March 28th brought another killing. Harriet Foster, 77, a former nurse who had delivered hundreds of babies at St. Vincent's Hospital during her career. Her home health aide found her in the bathtub, where she had been preparing for bed when the killer entered. The water had turned red with her blood, and the white porcelain bore smears where she had tried to climb out, to escape to survive. 15 stab wounds, concentrated on her back and neck. The press coverage had become relentless and sensationalized. National news outlets sent correspondents to Little Rock. Talk shows devoted segments to the case. Crime magazines published special editions. The Little Rock slasher became a household name across America, joining the pantheon of notorious serial killers whose names invoke instant recognition and dread. True crime authors contacted the police department, requesting interviews, seeking book deals. Mitchell turned them all away with barely concealed disgust. This wasn't entertainment. These weren't stories to be packaged and sold for profit. These were real people with families who grieved, with communities that mourned. The exploitation sickened him. But the media circus served one purpose. It put pressure on every level of law enforcement. The governor called Captain Dalton personally, demanding updates, insisting that arrests be made immediately. Dalton, in turn, pushed his detectives harder, though everyone knew they were already working at maximum capacity. The psychological toll on the investigation team became evident. Officers developed nervous habits, constantly checking locks, jumping at unexpected sounds, seeing potential killers everywhere they looked. Some requested transfers. Others took stress leave. The darkness they were chasing had begun to seep into their own minds. Agent Chen brought in additional profilers and forensic consultants. They examined every detail of every crime scene, looking for patterns invisible to the initial investigators. They analyzed the geographic distribution of murders, searching for a nexus point that might indicate where the killer lived or worked. They studied the victims' backgrounds, seeking connections beyond their age and vulnerability. What they found was randomness. The victims shared no common employer, no shared social circles, no overlapping histories beyond being elderly residents of Little Rock. The geographic distribution showed no clear pattern. Killings occurred across different neighborhoods, different socioeconomic areas, different parts of the city. The randomness itself became the pattern, and that made prediction impossible. April arrived with warming temperatures and budding trees, nature indifferent to human suffering. The death toll now stood at 8 confirmed victims and 1 survivor. 8 families shattered, 8 funerals held, 8 graves dug in Little Rock cemeteries. And the killing continued. April 3rd, Bernard Watson, 74, former mathematics professor at the University of Arkansas at Little Rock, found in his study, surrounded by books and academic papers, his body bearing 12 stab wounds. His glasses had been knocked askew during the attack, hanging from one ear in a detail that somehow made the scene even more heartbreaking. April 6th, Margaret Yates, 71, beloved grandmother of 9. She had been babysitting her youngest grandson when the attack occurred. The 5-year-old boy hid in a closet during the murder, terrified and confused. listening to sounds he would never be able to fully explain or understand. He was found hours later by his parents, still hiding, still silent with shock. Physically unharmed but psychologically damaged in ways that would require years of therapy to address. Margaret's body bore 17 stab wounds, evidence that she had fought desperately, likely trying to protect her grandson even as the knife came down again and again. This development changed everything. The killer had crossed a line even more heinous than the murders themselves. He had traumatized a child, created a living witness to horror that no young mind should ever experience. The public outrage reached explosive levels. Calls for the governor to mobilize the National Guard flooded state offices. Vigilante groups grew more aggressive, nearly beating an innocent deliverman to death based on nothing more than a vague resemblance to the FBI's profile. The pressure on Detective Mitchell and his team became unbearable. Every press conference turned into an interrogation. Every day without an arrest felt like another failure. The weight of 8 deaths and 1 traumatized child crushed down on Mitchell's shoulders until he could barely stand upright. But pressure creates diamonds, and desperation breeds innovation. One of the junior detectives, Lisa Warren, had been reviewing financial records from all the victims, looking for any transaction that might indicate someone with access to their homes. Repair services, delivery companies, utility workers, anyone who might have legitimately crossed their thresholds in the weeks before the murders. On April 8th, she found something. 3 of the victims had used the same pest control service in the month before their deaths. Atlas Exterminators, a small local company that had been operating in Little Rock for 15 years. It wasn't much, hundreds of elderly residents probably used Atlas, but it was a thread, and they needed to pull it. Mitchell and Warren drove to Atlas Exterminators' office on West 7th Street. The owner, Gerald Simmons, a portly man in his 60s, greeted them nervously. Yes, his company had serviced those addresses. Yes, he kept records of which employees visited which homes. He pulled files, his hands shaking slightly, aware that he might be providing information that could solve or destroy his business. They got the names of 3 employees who had visited at least 2 of the victims' homes. Background checks were run immediately. 2 of the employees were women in their 40s. The third was Tyler Hayes, a 32-year-old male with a history of petty theft and assault charges from his early 20s. Nothing violent enough to keep him from getting a pest control license, but enough to raise flags. Mitchell felt his pulse quicken. I need everything you have on Tyler Hayes. Work schedule, addresses he's serviced, performance reviews, everything. Simmons pulled Hayes's file. The detective's eyes moved across the information rapidly, his mind connecting dots. Hayes worked primarily in the neighborhoods where murders had occurred. His schedule showed he finished his routes around 6 or 7 in the evening, giving him hours of darkness to hunt. He fit the physical profile. And according to the file, he had called in sick on March 20th, the day after William Henderson fought off his attacker and wounded him. Where is Tyler Hayes right now? Mitchell asked, his voice tight with controlled urgency. Simmons checked a schedule board on the wall. He's got 5 appointments today. Should be finishing up his last one around now, over on Hayes Street. The irony of the street name wasn't lost on Mitchell. He radioed for backup, requested the addresses Hayes was supposed to visit that day, and organized a coordinated response. If Hayes was their guy, they needed to catch him before he realized the police were closing in. They needed to end this tonight. As the sun set on April 8th, casting long shadows across Little Rock streets, a convoy of police vehicles moved into position. Some headed to Hayes's apartment to secure a search warrant and prevent escape. Others positioned themselves around the house where Hayes was allegedly completing his final pest control appointment of the day. Mitchell sat in his unmarked car 3 houses down, watching the target residence through binoculars. He could see a white Atlas Exterminators van parked in the driveway, could see lights on inside the house, could feel his heart pounding in his chest with an intensity that made his ribs ache. After 2 months of chasing shadows, after 8 murders and 1 traumatized child, after hundreds of dead-end leads and sleepless nights, they finally had a name. They finally had a suspect, and in just a few minutes they would know if they had their killer. The front door of the house opened. A figure emerged, carrying an equipment bag, heading toward the van. Mitchell raised his radio. All units stand by. Visual confirmed on the suspect. Tyler Hayes climbed into his van, completely unaware that his world was about to come crashing down. He started the engine, began to pull out of the driveway. All units move in. Go, go, go! Police cars roared from their positions, converging on the van from multiple directions. Lights flashing, sirens screaming. Hayes slammed on his brakes, his face visible through the windshield. Confusion transforming into panic, panic into calculation. For one terrible moment, Mitchell thought Hayes would try to run, try to ram through the police blockade, turn this into a chase that could end with innocent people hurt. But then Hayes's hands rose from the steering wheel, visible and empty, and he slumped forward in defeat. Officers swarmed the van. Hayes was yanked from the driver's seat, thrown against the vehicle's side panel, handcuffed with efficient brutality. His rights were read. His bag was secured as evidence. The pest control van was impounded for forensic analysis. And Detective Howard Mitchell, standing in the middle of Hayes Street as darkness fell and blue lights strobed across his face, allowed himself one moment of relief. They had him. After 2 months of terror, after 8 people murdered in their homes, after a city held hostage by fear, they finally had their suspect in custody. But having a suspect and proving they were guilty were 2 entirely different challenges. And as Mitchell would soon discover, the investigation was far from over. The nightmare wasn't ending. It was just entering a new, even more disturbing phase. Tyler Hayes sat in interview room 3 at the Little Rock Police Department, handcuffed to a metal table bolted to the floor. He was average in every way. 5 feet 10 inches tall, medium build, brown hair starting to thin at the temples, forgettable face that you wouldn't pick out of a crowd. The kind of person who moved through the world unnoticed, invisible, exactly the profile Agent Chun had predicted. But his eyes weren't average. They were cold, calculating, constantly assessing the room, the two-way mirror, the positioning of the cameras in the ceiling corners. These were Predator's eyes, and they made Detective Mitchell's skin crawl. Mitchell sat across from Hayes, a folder containing crime scene photos positioned prominently on the table between them. Agent Chun stood in the corner, observing, taking notes. A public defender named Marcus Taylor sat beside Hayes, nervous and young, clearly out of his depth. "Tyler, I'm going to be straight with you," Mitchell began, his voice level conversational. "We know you've been servicing homes in the neighborhoods where murders occurred. We know you fit the physical description of the suspect. We know you called in sick the day after William Henderson fought off his attacker, and we're currently executing a search warrant on your apartment. If there's anything you want to tell us before we find it, now's the time." Hayes said nothing. His expression remained neutral, almost bored. 8 people are dead, Tyler. 8 elderly people stabbed to death in their homes. 1 child traumatized. An entire city living in fear. But you know what? If you help us understand why this happened, if you cooperate, that'll matter when it comes to sentencing. The difference between life in prison and the death penalty often comes down to cooperation. Still nothing. Hayes's gaze fixed on a point on the wall behind Mitchell's head, as if the detective didn't exist. Taylor cleared his throat. "My client has nothing to say at this time." "He doesn't need to say anything," Chun interjected, moving from her corner position to stand beside Mitchell. "His apartment will speak for him. His van will speak for him. The DNA we recovered from William Henderson's bedroom will speak for him. Forensic evidence doesn't lie, Tyler. It doesn't negotiate. It doesn't care about your rights or your story. It just is." A flicker of something crossed Hayes's face. Concern, maybe, or calculation. His jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Mitchell opened the folder, pulling out a crime scene photo of Mary Stetson, the first victim. "This is Mary, grandmother, librarian, churchgoer, 54 years old. You killed her on March 4th. 16 stab wounds." He placed another photo on the table. "Thomas McBride, 66, retired postal worker, 8 stab wounds." Another photo. "Rose Jackson, 72, 13 stab wounds." The photos accumulated. a spreading collage of violence and death. Dorothy Murphy, Arthur Klein, Viola Sanders, Bernard Watson, Harriet Foster, Margaret Yates, killed while protecting her 5-year-old grandson. Hayes's eyes flicked toward the photos, then away. But it was enough. Mitchell saw recognition there, saw memory, saw something that might have been satisfaction. You look at these pictures and you feel something, don't you? Mitchell pressed. Not remorse, not guilt, something else. Pride, maybe? Accomplishment? You're good at this. Better than good. 2 months, 8 victims, and until yesterday we had nothing. That takes skill. Hayes's lips curved into the smallest suggestion of a smile. Taylor's hand shot out, gripping his client's arm. Don't say anything. But Hayes wasn't planning to talk. He was planning to enjoy the moment, to savor the attention, the recognition of his expertise. Mitchell had seen this before in other serial offenders, the ego that eventually betrayed them, the need to be acknowledged for their terrible achievements. A knock on the interview room door interrupted the tension. An officer gestured for Mitchell to step outside. The detective excused himself, frustration evident in the rigid set of his shoulders. In the hallway, Detective Warren waited, her face flushed with excitement. They found something at his apartment. A lot of somethings. Mitchell followed her to a conference room that had been converted into a temporary evidence processing station. What he saw made his blood run cold. Spread across multiple tables were newspaper clippings about the murders. Dozens of them, meticulously cut and organized in chronological order. Hayes had been collecting coverage of his crimes, creating a scrapbook of his work. But that wasn't the worst of it. A journal sat open on the center table, pages filled with neat handwriting. Warren pointed to an entry dated March 3rd, the day before Mary Stetson's murder. Read this. Mitchell leaned over, his eyes scanning the words. Tomorrow I begin. I've been watching her for 3 weeks. Patterns established. Church on Sundays. Returns home by 8:30. No security system. No dog. No neighbors close enough to hear. She'll be the first, but not the last. I wonder how long it will take them to understand what's happening. I wonder how long before they catch me. If they catch me, the game begins tomorrow. Page after page documented his planning, his victim selection, his post-mortem reflections. He wrote about the sensation of the knife penetrating flesh, the rush of power that came with taking a life, the satisfaction of watching news coverage while police chased phantoms. The journal read like a manifesto of murder, clinical and passionate in equal measure. There's more, Warren said, leading Mitchell to another table. Here sat a collection of items, driver's licenses, pieces of jewelry, a reading glasses case, a hearing aid, trophies from the victims. He kept something from each of them. Mitchell's hands clenched into fists. This was incontrovertible evidence. Hayes wasn't just their suspect anymore. He was their killer, proven beyond any reasonable doubt. But the final piece of evidence sealed his fate absolutely. On a corner table, sealed in an evidence bag, sat a large hunting knife. The blade showed traces of what appeared to be blood, and even through the plastic, Mitchell could see the distinctive serrated edge that would match the wound patterns on the victims. Luminol tests on his van came back too, Warren added. Blood traces in the cargo area. Lots of them from multiple sources. Forensics is running DNA comparisons now, but we already know what they're going to find. Mitchell returned to the interview room with renewed purpose. Hayes looked up as he entered, and something in the detective's expression must have communicated the situation, because the prisoner's smug smile faltered. "We found your journal, Tyler," Mitchell said, sitting down and spreading his hands flat on the table. "We found your trophy collection. We found the knife. We found blood in your van. It's over. You're not walking away from this." Taylor's face had gone pale. "I need to consult with my client privately." "You do that," Chin said, "because here's what's going to happen. We're charging your client with 8 counts of first-degree murder. We're charging him with attempted murder for William Henderson. We're adding special circumstances for the crimes being committed during home invasions. Arkansas has the death penalty, Mr. Taylor, And unless your client gives us something extraordinary, the state is going to seek it aggressively. Mitchell stood, gathering the photos. Think about it, Tyler. Right now, you're a monster. But if you tell us why, if you help us understand what made you do this, you become something else. Maybe not sympathetic, but human. A jury might show mercy to a human. They'll show none to a monster. He left Hayes handcuffed to the table, left Taylor frantically whispering to his client, left the interview room with its cameras recording every moment. In the hallway, Mitchell leaned against the wall and exhaled slowly. "You think he'll talk?" Warren asked. "Eventually. His ego won't let him stay silent forever. Men like Hayes, they need the world to understand their brilliance. He'll talk. Maybe not today, but soon." Mitchell was right. 3 days later, after his attorney worked out a deal with the district attorney, Tyler Hayes began to confess. The confession took hours. Hayes spoke in a monotone, describing his crimes with the detachment of someone recounting a trip to the grocery store. He detailed his victim selection process. Elderly people living alone, homes easy to access, neighborhoods he knew from his pest control work. He explained his method of entry. During service calls, he would unlock a back door or window, leaving himself a way to return after dark. "They never checked," he said, his voice carrying a hint of contempt. "I'd unlock the back door while I was spraying for bugs, and they'd never notice. People are careless. They think locked front doors keep them safe, but security is an illusion. If someone wants to get in, they get in." He described the planning that went into each murder, the surveillance, the timing. He talked about the rush of adrenaline as he moved through dark houses, finding his victims asleep or vulnerable. He recounted the sensation of the knife in his hand, the resistance of flesh, the final moments when his victims realized what was happening but were too weak or too shocked to fight back effectively. "Except Henderson," Hayes admitted, and for the first time emotion entered his voice, anger. "He shouldn't have woken up. He shouldn't have fought. I was perfect until him." "Why did you do it?" Mitchell asked the question that had haunted him for 2 months. "Why these people? What did they do to you?" Hayes looked at him with something approaching pity. "They didn't do anything. That's the point. Random selection. Pure chaos. You all want patterns because patterns make sense. But real evil doesn't follow patterns. Real evil is arbitrary. That's what makes it terrifying." But that wasn't the truth. As the confession continued, as Hayes's carefully constructed facade of randomness crumbled, the real story emerged. His grandmother had raised him after his parents died in a car accident when he was 7 years old. She had been cruel, not overtly abusive in ways that would draw attention, but subtly vicious. Constant criticism, emotional manipulation, withholding of affection. She told him he was worthless, that his parents' death was his fault, that he would never amount to anything. She died when Hayes was 19, leaving him with an inheritance and a deep, festering hatred for elderly people who reminded him of her. "They were all her," he finally admitted. "Every one of them. I saw her face in theirs, heard her voice in their screams. Every time the knife went in, I was killing her again, over and over, and it never felt like enough." The psychological profile had been partially correct. Hayes was organized and methodical, but the violence wasn't random. It was deeply personal, driven by childhood trauma that had metastasized into homicidal rage. The elderly victims weren't surrogates for his grandmother in any abstract sense. To Hayes's damaged psyche, they literally were her, reincarnated in every gray-haired face he encountered. The confession was videotaped, transcribed, signed. Tyler Hayes pleaded guilty to 8 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of attempted murder. In exchange for the guilty plea and cooperation, the state agreed not to seek the death penalty. He was sentenced to 8 consecutive life terms without possibility of parole. The trial lasted only 3 days. The evidence was overwhelming. The confession was damning. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all counts. Hayes showed no emotion as the sentences were read, each life term pronounced like a hammer blow that would keep him caged forever. But the confession brought little comfort to the families of the victims. Understanding why their loved ones died didn't resurrect them. Knowing the killer would never be free didn't erase the trauma. Margaret Yates's grandson still woke screaming from nightmares. Dorothy Murphy's daughter developed agoraphobia, unable to leave her home. The psychological scars would last generations. And for Detective Mitchell, the victory felt hollow. Yes, they had caught the killer. Yes, justice had been served in the legal sense. But 8 people were still dead. A child was still traumatized. And somewhere in America, another damaged person was probably planning their own killing spree, their own contribution to the endless catalog of human cruelty. On the day Hayes was transferred to the maximum security unit at the Arkansas Department of Corrections, Mitchell stood outside the police station and watched the transport van disappear down the street. The media had shown up for the moment, cameras recording the departure of Little Rock's most infamous killer. But Mitchell didn't do interviews. He didn't pose for photographs. He simply watched until the van vanished from sight, carrying its monstrous cargo toward a concrete cage where Hayes would spend the rest of his life. Agent Chun found him there, standing alone while journalists packed up their equipment and dispersed. "You did good work," she said. "You saved lives. Henderson survived because you pushed the investigation. How many more would Hayes have killed if you hadn't caught him when you did?" "Not enough," Mitchell replied. "We didn't stop him fast enough. You can't think like that. You'll drive yourself insane." "Maybe," Mitchell turned to face her. "But I'll remember every face, every victim, every failure, because the moment I stop feeling that weight is the moment I become useless at this job." Chun nodded slowly, understanding in her eyes. They both knew the cost of hunting monsters, the toll it took on your psyche, your relationships, your faith in humanity. Every serial killer caught was a victory, but it came at the price of witnessing the absolute worst of human nature, of swimming in darkness until you could barely remember what light looked like. The next day, Mitchell returned to his desk to find it buried in paperwork. New cases already demanded attention. Robberies, assaults, domestic violence situations. The machine of law enforcement ground forward, indifferent to exhaustion or trauma. There was always another crime, always another victim, always another predator to hunt. But before diving into the new cases, Mitchell opened his desk drawer and pulled out a folder he had assembled during the investigation. It contained photos of the victims, not crime scene photos, but images from their lives. Mary Stetson at her library desk, smiling at the camera. Thomas McBride in his postal uniform, proud and dignified. Rose Jackson in her garden, surrounded by flowers. All of them alive, happy, whole. These were the people he had fought for. These were the faces that justified the sleepless nights, the obsessive dedication, the weight that pressed down on his shoulders. He had failed to save them, but he had ensured their killer would never hurt anyone else. That had to be enough. Mitchell closed the folder, placed it in his filing cabinet, and turned to the stack of new case files. The work continued. The hunt never ended. And somewhere in Little Rock, people slept a little easier knowing the slasher was caged. But the city would never fully heal. The scars were too deep, the memories too vivid. Years later, parents would still warn children to keep their doors locked. Elderly residents would still start at unexpected sounds in the night. The name Little Rock Slasher would remain synonymous with terror, a reminder that monsters aren't just characters in stories. They're real, they walk among us, and they're always hunting. The cage that held Tyler Hayes was a 6 by 8 foot cell in the maximum security wing of the Cummins Unit, Arkansas's toughest prison. Concrete walls, steel bars, a thin mattress on a metal bunk, a toilet and sink combination bolted to the floor. This was his kingdom now, his entire world, the sum total of space he would occupy until death claimed him decades in the future. In those first months after sentencing, Hayes maintained the same cold detachment he had displayed during his confession. He ate his meals mechanically. He followed prison routines without complaint. He kept to himself, avoiding the politics and violence that characterized maximum security life. Other inmates gave him a wide berth. Child killers and serial murderers occupied a special category in prison hierarchies, simultaneously feared and despised. But isolation has a way of eroding even the most disciplined minds. Without the stimulation of planning murders, without the adrenaline rush of the kill, without the satisfaction of reading news coverage about his crimes, Hayes began to deteriorate. The carefully constructed persona of the methodical predator cracked, revealing the damaged child underneath. He requested psychiatric counseling. The prison psychologist, Dr. Sarah Mendez, began weekly sessions with him. Their conversations, recorded and transcribed as per prison policy, revealed layers of trauma and delusion that the initial confession had only hinted at. "I see her everywhere," Hayes told Dr. Mendez during their fourth session. "In the faces of the female guards. In my dreams. My grandmother watching me, criticizing me. I killed her 8 times, and she's still here. Tyler, your grandmother died when you were 19. The people you killed weren't her. They were individuals with their own lives, their own families. I know that intellectually," Hayes replied, his voice hollow. "But when I looked at them, all I saw was her. All I felt was that rage. It was like I was 7 years old again, being told I was worthless, being told everything wrong was my fault." The sessions painted a picture of profound psychological damage. Hayes's grandmother had been diagnosed with dementia in the years before her death, and her treatment of him had grown increasingly erratic and cruel. The lack of intervention from other adults, neighbors who heard but ignored, teachers who noticed but didn't report, had left Hayes alone with a deteriorating woman whose mental illness manifested as emotional abuse. But understanding wasn't absolution. Thousands of people experienced childhood trauma without becoming serial killers. Hayes had made choices, had selected his path, had reveled in the violence he inflicted. The explanations provided context, not excuses. Meanwhile, outside the prison walls, Little Rock struggled to rebuild its sense of security. The neighborhood where Mary Stetson had been killed saw property values decline as residents moved away, unable to live with the memories. The house where Margaret Yates died protecting her grandson sat empty for years, acquiring a reputation for being haunted. Children dared each other to approach it after dark, creating urban legends about the victims' ghosts. William Henderson, the veteran who had fought off Hayes and survived, became a local celebrity of sorts. He gave interviews about the importance of self-defense and vigilance. He taught classes on home security at community centers. But privately, he suffered from PTSD, experiencing nightmares where the figure with the knife succeeded in killing him, where he wasn't fast enough, wasn't strong enough, didn't survive. The families of the victims formed a support group, meeting monthly to share their grief and memories. They advocated for victims' rights legislation, lobbied for increased funding for mental health services that might identify potential killers before they acted, erected a memorial in Riverfront Park honoring those who had died. Detective Mitchell attended the memorial dedication ceremony on a gray October morning, exactly 1 year after Hayes' sentencing. 8 names were etched into black granite, along with the dates of their births and deaths. Flowers and small tokens covered the base of the memorial. Photographs, cards, teddy bears, symbols of love that death couldn't diminish. Mary Stetson's daughter, Linda, approached Mitchell during the ceremony. She had aged significantly in the year since her mother's murder, grief carving lines into her face that hadn't existed before. "Thank you," she said simply, her hand briefly touching his arm, "for catching him, for making sure he can't hurt anyone else." Mitchell wanted to tell her he was sorry, that he should have caught Hayes sooner, that he had failed to protect her mother. But those were his burdens to carry, not hers. Instead, he nodded and said, "Your mother deserved better than what happened to her. They all did." Linda's eyes filled with tears, but she smiled through them. She would have liked this memorial. She always said people should be remembered for how they lived, not how they died. We're trying to honor that. The ceremony concluded with a moment of silence, 8 bells tolled for 8 lives, and a prayer that justice had been served. But justice was a cold comfort, Mitchell reflected. It didn't resurrect the dead or heal the wounded. It simply closed chapters, allowed people to move forward with their grief. Agent Victoria Chun had returned to her work with the FBI, hunting other monsters in other cities. But she stayed in touch with Mitchell, their shared experience of the Little Rock case creating a bond that transcended professional relationships. They would call each other late at night when sleep wouldn't come, when the weight of all the death they had witnessed became too heavy to bear alone. "Do you ever wonder if we make a difference?" Mitchell asked her during one of these calls, bourbon in his hand, exhaustion in his voice. "Every day," Chin admitted. "We catch one killer, and 3 more are out there starting their sprees. We solve one case, and a dozen more files land on our desks. It's endless. Then why do we keep doing it?" A long pause. "Because the alternative is worse. Because every monster we cage is someone's loved one saved. Because we're the ones willing to wade through the darkness so others don't have to. It's not much, but it's something." Mitchell took a long drink. "Hayes is going to die in prison someday. Natural causes, old age, whatever. And he'll take with him the answers to questions we never asked. There's always more to learn, more to understand. But we run out of time." "We got the important parts," Chin countered. "We know what he did. We know why, as much as anyone can know the why of such things. We stopped him. That's the job." But the job was never truly finished. In the years following Hayes' imprisonment, new details emerged that complicated the narrative. A cold case from 1988, an elderly woman found stabbed in her home in Fort Smith, Arkansas, bore striking similarities to Hayes' pattern. The murder had never been solved, and Hayes had worked for a pest control company in Fort Smith before moving to Little Rock. When investigators confronted Hayes with evidence from the Fort Smith case, he smiled, that same cold smile he had given Detective Mitchell during the interrogation, and said nothing. He had cut his deal, pled guilty to 8 murders and 1 attempted murder. There was no legal mechanism to add additional crimes without reopening his case, and the statute of limitations didn't apply to murder, but Hayes knew they couldn't prove he had killed before his Little Rock spree without his cooperation. "There might be more," he told Dr. Mendez during one of their sessions, his voice carrying a hint of satisfaction. "Or there might not be. I'll leave that mystery for the detectives to solve. Let them wonder. Let them dig through old files, chase ghosts. It'll give them something to do." The Fort Smith case remained officially unsolved, though investigators privately believed Hayes was responsible. Other cold cases with similar patterns were examined. Elderly victims, home invasions, multiple stab wounds, but without confession or forensic evidence, they remained speculative. Hayes might have killed 9 times, or 12, or more. The full scope of his violence might never be known. Margaret Yates's grandson, the 5-year-old who had hidden in the closet while his grandmother was murdered, grew up under the shadow of that trauma. His parents moved the family to Oregon, seeking distance from the scene of the tragedy, hoping fresh surroundings would help him heal. But geography couldn't erase memory. He struggled in school, dealing with anxiety and hypervigilance. He saw therapists, tried medications, learned coping mechanisms. By the time he reached his teenage years, he had developed an obsessive interest in criminal psychology, studying the minds of killers, trying to understand the man who had destroyed his childhood innocence. When he turned 18, he wrote a letter to Tyler Hayes in prison. His parents discovered the letter before he could mail it and begged him not to send it, not to open that door. But he needed answers that no therapist could provide, closure that existed only in confronting the source of his trauma. The letter was brief. "Why did you let me live?" Hayes received the letter 3 weeks later. He read it multiple times, his expression unreadable to the guard who watched through the cell window. For days, he didn't respond. But eventually, he wrote back, a single sentence on prison stationery. "Because you were innocent, and I'm not a monster." The response was delusional, self-serving, an attempt to rewrite the narrative of his crimes. He was absolutely a monster. His sparing of the child simply a line he hadn't been willing to cross that particular night. But the boy, now a young man, found strange comfort in the words. Hayes had seen him as worthy of life, had made a choice to let him survive. It wasn't forgiveness or redemption, but it was something. An acknowledgement that even in his darkest moments, the killer had maintained some fragment of humanity. Years passed. Hayes aged in his cell, his body deteriorating from lack of exercise and poor prison nutrition. His hair turned gray, then white, His hands, which had once wielded a knife with deadly precision, developed tremors. The psychiatric sessions with Dr. Mendez continued, documenting the slow dissolution of a killer's mind as isolation and guilt, never admitted openly but evident in his nightmares and anxiety, took their toll. Detective Mitchell retired from the Little Rock Police Department after 35 years of service. His farewell party was attended by dozens of officers, many of whom credited him with teaching them how to be effective investigators. But the case that defined his career remained the Little Rock slasher. It was the one that haunted him, the one he discussed in his memoir published 2 years after retirement, the one that proved both the importance and the limitations of police work. In the memoir's final chapter, Mitchell wrote, "We caught Tyler Hayes, but we couldn't undo what he had done. Justice was served, but justice isn't resurrection. 8 people remained dead, their families remained broken, and a city remained scarred. Hayes will die in prison, and I'll die knowing I did everything I could. But everything I could wasn't enough to save Mary Stetson or Thomas McBride or the 6 others who died before we stopped him. That failure will define me more than the success of catching him ever will." The book became a bestseller, praised for its honesty and unflinching examination of the costs of violence. Mitchell donated all proceeds to the victims' families' memorial fund, refusing to profit from their tragedy. He spent his retirement giving lectures on serial killer investigations, training new generations of detectives, ensuring that the lessons learned from the Little Rock case would help prevent future atrocities. Agent Chun continued her work with the FBI, eventually becoming the head of the Behavioral Analysis Unit. She developed new profiling techniques based partially on insights gained from the Hayes case, focusing on killers whose violence stemmed from childhood trauma involving elderly caretakers. Her work led to the identification and arrest of 7 serial killers over the following decade, potentially saving dozens of lives. But late at night, when sleep wouldn't come, she still thought about Little Rock. She still saw the crime scene photos in her mind. She still heard the victims' names like a litany of failure, because no matter how many killers she caught, she couldn't catch them all. No matter how many lives she saved, she couldn't save everyone. Tyler Hayes died of a heart attack in his cell on a cold January morning in 2018, 28 years after his first murder. He was 60 years old. The prison chaplain who performed his last rites reported that Hayes's final words were, "I'm sorry," though whether he meant them or was simply playing a role until the end remained unclear. News of his death spread quickly. Some celebrated, arguing that he had received the justice he deserved. Others felt cheated, believing he should have suffered more, should have endured decades of additional imprisonment. The families of his victims had mixed reactions. Relief that he was finally gone. Anger that he had lived so long when their loved ones hadn't. Emptiness that his death changed nothing about their loss. The memorial in Riverfront Park remained, flowers still occasionally left by those who remembered. The Little Rock slasher became a chapter in true crime history, studied by criminal justice students, dissected by forensic psychologists, referenced in discussions about serial killer pathology. But in the neighborhoods where the murders occurred, where real people had lived and died, the story wasn't academic. It was personal. It was trauma that passed from generation to generation. Stories told in hushed voices about the time a monster walked among them, choosing victims seemingly at random, terrorizing a community for 3 months before being stopped. And somewhere in those neighborhoods, elderly people still checked their locks multiple times before bed, still kept weapons within reach, still woke at unexpected sounds with hearts pounding and memories flooding back. Because the Little Rock slasher had been caught and caged and had died in prison, but the fear he created lived on, immortal and infectious. This is the legacy of Tyler Hayes. Not his crimes, which were horrific but ultimately common in the annals of serial murder. Not his capture, which was the result of good police work and eventual mistakes on his part. But the lasting damage he inflicted on a community. The way he transformed Little Rock from a place of trust to a place of suspicion, from a haven to a hunting ground. Some wounds never heal. Some scars never fade. Some monsters, even when defeated, leave shadows that stretch across decades, touching lives they never directly encountered, spreading fear like a virus that mutates but never dies. Tyler Hayes murdered 8 people in the spring of 1990. But in a sense, he's still killing them today, in the nightmares of survivors, in the anxiety of those who lived through the terror, in the empty chairs at family gatherings where victims should have been sitting. The body count ended at 8. The damage continues forever. And that is the true horror of the Little Rock slasher. Not what he did, but what he took. Not just lives, but safety. Not just individuals, but community. Not just present, but future. He stole something intangible but precious. Something that can never be fully restored no matter how much time passes or how many memorial plaques are dedicated. He stole peace. And that theft, more than any physical violence, is his most enduring crime. The Little Rock slasher case remains one of the most intensive serial murder investigations in Arkansas history. Tyler Hayes' 8 confirmed victims were Mary Stetson, Thomas McBride, Rose Jackson, Dorothy Murphy, Arthur Klein, Viola Sanders, Bernard Watson, and Margaret Yates. William Henderson survived his attack and passed away peacefully in 2003 at age 84. If you or someone you know is experiencing trauma related to violent crime, resources are available through the National Organization for Victim Assistance and local victim services programs. Rest in peace to all those lost. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 3, The Prospect Killer, Terry Blair. Some men don't just cross the line between human and monster, they erase it completely. Kansas City, 2004. A serial killer turned an entire neighborhood into his personal graveyard. Tonight, we descend into the hunting grounds of a predator who believed he was untouchable. A man who didn't hide in shadows. He operated in plain sight, discarding human beings like trash along the streets where families lived, where children played. This isn't a story about a mysterious killer who vanished into folklore. This is about Terry Blair, a name that still makes Kansas City shudder. A man who terrorized Prospect Avenue, turning it into a corridor of death. 7 women, 7 lives stolen in 5 months. And when police finally caught him, they discovered something that made their blood run cold. Killing wasn't something he learned. It was something he inherited. This is the story of the Prospect Killer. Evil doesn't always announce itself with thunder and lightning. Sometimes it whispers through generations, passing from father to son, mother to daughter, until an entire family tree becomes poisoned from the roots up. The Blair family of Kansas City, Missouri, stands as one of the most terrifying examples of hereditary violence in American criminal history. This wasn't a case of one bad apple. This was an entire orchard rotting from within. Terry Anthony Blair entered this world on September 16, 1961, already touched by darkness he couldn't possibly understand. His mother, Janice Blair, would later be convicted of killing her husband when Terry was just a child. The boy who should have been playing with toy cars and learning to read was instead learning that life was cheap, that violence solved problems, that some people simply didn't matter. The lesson carved itself into his bones. But Janice wasn't the only killer in the family tree. Terry's brothers and sisters would follow paths drenched in blood. His brother Walter was sentenced to over 20 years for murder. His sister Warnetta Blair received a life sentence without parole for kidnapping and killing a pregnant woman, cutting the baby from her womb. Another brother, Daniel, faced charges for drug-related murders. The Blair family gatherings could have doubled as a maximum security prison reunion. Growing up in Kansas City's most neglected neighborhoods, Terry witnessed brutality as routine entertainment. Domestic violence echoed through paper-thin walls. Drug dealers conducted business on street corners with the casual efficiency of ice cream vendors. Bodies turned up in alleys, and by morning, the blood would be washed away as if the person had never existed at all. This was Terry's classroom, and he proved to be an exceptional student. By his teenage years, Terry had already accumulated an arrest record that read like a criminal resume. Petty theft graduated to robbery. Assault charges piled up. He moved through the juvenile justice system like water through a sieve. Nothing could contain him for long. The warnings were all there, written in neon letters 10 feet high, but nobody was paying attention. Nobody cared about another poor black kid from the wrong side of Kansas City making bad decisions. They would learn to care. They would learn too late. In 1982, at just 21 years old, Terry Blair committed his first known murder. Her name was Angela Gilmore, the mother of his child, a woman who had trusted him, who had borne his baby, who believed somewhere beneath his rage was a man capable of love. She was wrong. In a fit of violence that witnesses described as animalistic, Terry shot Angela to death. The woman who should have been planning their child's future instead became another statistic, another body, another forgotten victim from a forgotten neighborhood. The courts convicted Terry of second-degree murder and handed him a 15-year sentence. 15 years for extinguishing a human life. 15 years for ensuring his own child would grow up without a mother. The judges and lawyers and jury members went home to their safe suburbs, their clean streets, their lives untouched by men like Terry Blair. Meanwhile, behind prison walls, Terry wasn't being rehabilitated. He was waiting, planning, perfecting the predator that had always lived inside him. Prison should have been the end of Terry Blair's threat to society. It wasn't. The years inside didn't soften him. They hardened him like steel in a forge. He learned patience. He learned cunning. He learned which masks to wear to convince parole boards that he had changed, that he had seen the light, that he regretted his actions and deserved another chance. And incredibly, impossibly, criminally, they believed him. In 2003, Terry Blair walked out of prison a free man. The parole board had performed a magic trick, transforming a convicted murderer back into a regular citizen and releasing him onto the streets of Kansas City like a virus back into the bloodstream. He moved into the Prospect Avenue corridor, a stretch of road already notorious for prostitution, drugs, and violence. It was the perfect ecosystem for a predator. The women who worked those streets were invisible to most of society. Poor, often addicted, sometimes homeless. They were perfect victims for a man who had learned long ago that some lives were considered expendable. Terry didn't waste time adjusting to civilian life. By early 2004, just months after his release, women began disappearing from Prospect Avenue. They vanished from their usual corners, from the crack houses they frequented, from the lives of people who barely noticed they were gone. These weren't women with powerful families demanding answers. These weren't college students whose faces would plaster the news. These were the forgotten, the dismissed, the ignored, exactly the prey Terry had selected. The first body appeared in September 2003, shortly after his release. Shalia McKinsey, 38 years old, was discovered near the intersection of Prospect Avenue and Truman Road. She had been strangled, her body discarded with the carelessness of someone throwing away garbage. The position of her corpse suggested contempt. Not passion, not rage, but cold indifference. To whoever killed her, Shalia wasn't a person. She was an object that had served its purpose. But this was Kansas City's poorest area, where murders happened with grim regularity. One dead prostitute wasn't going to mobilize a task force. The investigation barely registered. Shalia's murder went into the cold case files almost immediately. Just another unsolved killing in a neighborhood drowning in unsolved killings. Terry Blair had tested the waters and found them welcoming. The monster had learned he could kill again, and again, and again. By January 2004, Terry had refined his method. He prowled Prospect Avenue like a shark in familiar waters, identifying vulnerable women with practiced ease. He would offer them money for sex, a transaction as common on these streets as buying milk from a convenience store. The women, desperate for their next fix or their next meal, would climb into his vehicle. They never climbed out alive. Terry's killing grounds stretched along Prospect Avenue and its surrounding blocks, a stretch of urban decay where abandoned buildings provided perfect dumping grounds. The area had become Kansas City's forgotten zone, a place where police patrols were light and witnesses even lighter. The few residents who still lived there had learned long ago that talking to police only brought trouble. They saw things, they knew things, but they kept their mouths shut and their blinds closed. Anna Ewing, 42, became the second confirmed victim in January 2004. Her naked body was found behind a dumpster near 39th Street and Prospect, positioned with the same casual contempt as Shalia McKinsey. Strangulation again, the same cold efficiency, the same message. This woman's life meant nothing to her killer. Within weeks, Patricia Wilson Blue, 42, joined the body count. Her strangled corpse turned up in an alley off Prospect Avenue. Then came Darcy Warden, 25 years old, young enough to have an entire life ahead of her, but that life ended on a cold concrete slab in Terry Blair's killing zone. Each body told the same story: strangulation, sexual assault, disposal like refuse. The murders were becoming frequent enough that even Kansas City's overwhelmed homicide division couldn't ignore the pattern anymore. February 2004 brought two more deaths. Nelia Harris, 33, and Sandra Reed, 47. Both turned up dead within days of each other, both bearing the signature marks of the Prospect Avenue killer. The police finally began connecting dots that should have been connected months earlier. Someone was hunting the women of Prospect Avenue systematically, methodically, repeatedly. The neighborhood that everyone had written off was dealing with a serial killer. Terry Blair was operating at his peak now, drunk on power and the seeming invincibility of his position. He had killed 6 women in a matter of months, and the police were still scrambling to understand what was happening. But Terry made a mistake that killers throughout history have made. He got cocky. Pride has toppled more murderers than forensic science ever could. The body of Janice Crable, 24 years old, appeared on March 9, 2004. She was Terry's youngest victim, barely into her 20s, with her whole life still unmapped. Like the others, she had been strangled and sexually assaulted, dumped like garbage in the area Terry had claimed as his hunting ground. But this time, witnesses had seen something. This time, forensic evidence survived. This time, Terry's luck was about to run out. What Terry Blair didn't know, what he couldn't have anticipated, was that technology had advanced during his years in prison. DNA analysis had become faster, more accurate, more damning. The genetic material he left on his victims would become the rope that hanged him. But even more than forensics, it would be Terry's own arrogance that destroyed him. Because Terry Blair didn't just kill 7 women and vanish. He wanted the world to know what he had done. He wanted credit for his work. And he was about to get it in the worst possible way. The phone rang in the Kansas City Police Department's Homicide Division on March 24, 2004. The detective who answered expected another routine call, a tip about a drug dealer, maybe a domestic disturbance report. Instead, she heard the voice of a killer. The man on the line spoke with eerie calm, his words measured and deliberate. He wanted to talk about the dead women on Prospect Avenue. He knew things, details that had never been released to the public. Information that only the killer or someone very close to the killer could possibly possess. The detective's blood turned to ice as she realized what she was hearing. This wasn't a tipster. This was him. Terry Blair had decided to play games with law enforcement, and in doing so, he sealed his own fate. Over the course of several calls, he provided information that would prove beyond doubt that he was the Prospect Avenue killer. He described where bodies were located. He explained how he had killed them. He talked about his victims with the detached tone of someone discussing a grocery list, as if 7 human lives meant absolutely nothing. But why would a serial killer call the police? Psychologists would later debate Terry's motivations. Some argued he wanted recognition, that after killing in obscurity, he craved acknowledgement of his power. Others suggested he was developing a god complex, believing himself so intelligent and untouchable that he could toy with law enforcement without consequences. Still others theorized that some buried part of his psyche wanted to be caught, that the guilt he refused to acknowledge consciously was expressing itself through self-destructive behavior. Whatever his motivations, Terry's calls gave police something invaluable: his voice. The calls were recorded, preserved, analyzed. Voice pattern experts studied every inflection, every pause, every word choice. The recordings would later become crucial evidence, but in the moment, detectives had a more immediate goal. Keep him talking, trace the call, catch this bastard before he killed again. Terry seemed to enjoy the cat and mouse game. In one particularly chilling call, he described the women he killed with shocking callousness, referring to them as prostitutes and crack whores, dehumanizing them even in death. To Terry, these women weren't people with families who loved them, children who missed them, friends who mourned them. They were objects, tools he used for his own gratification before discarding them. The complete absence of empathy in his voice disturbed even veteran homicide detectives who had heard every kind of confession imaginable. But Terry made mistakes during these calls, mistakes that would prove fatal to his freedom. He called from locations that could be traced. He provided details that only the killer would know, details that eliminated any possibility of reasonable doubt. He essentially recorded his own confession and handed it to the police gift-wrapped. For a man who believed himself clever enough to outwit law enforcement, Terry Blair demonstrated a stunning lack of intelligence. While Terry was playing his games, the Kansas City Police Department was mobilizing. A task force formed specifically to catch the Prospect Avenue killer. Detectives worked 18-hour days, combing through evidence, re-interviewing witnesses, building a case that would stand up in court. The FBI provided resources and expertise. Forensic analysts processed evidence with painstaking care. Everyone involved knew they were hunting a serial killer who would keep killing unless they stopped him. The break came through a combination of old-fashioned detective work and modern forensic science. Witnesses from Prospect Avenue, initially reluctant to talk, began coming forward. They had seen Terry with some of the victims. They could place him in the area during the time frame of the murders. His vehicle had been spotted near dump sites. The web was tightening. Then came the DNA evidence. Semen recovered from several victims' bodies was analyzed and compared against convicted offender databases. Terry Blair's DNA was on file from his previous murder conviction. The match was positive, unequivocal, damning. The genetic material found on Shalia McKinsey, Anna Ewing, and several other victims matched Terry Blair's DNA profile with astronomical odds against coincidence. The forensic evidence alone was enough to convict him multiple times over. On March 27, 2004, just 3 days after his first call to police, Terry Blair was arrested. Officers found him at his residence in Kansas City, bringing an end to 5 months of terror on Prospect Avenue. When they placed handcuffs on his wrists, Terry reportedly smiled. Even in custody, he seemed to believe he had won some kind of victory, that the notoriety he had achieved made everything worthwhile. The arrest made headlines across Kansas City and eventually national news. The story had all the elements that media loves: a serial killer, vulnerable victims, a manhunt, and the killer's own bizarre decision to call police. Terry Blair became a household name, though not in the way he might have imagined. He wasn't celebrated as some brilliant criminal mastermind. He was revealed as a cruel, stupid man who had murdered 7 women and then essentially turned himself in through his own arrogance. The investigation into Terry's crimes expanded after his arrest. Detectives began looking at unsolved murders going back years, wondering if Terry had claimed more victims than the 7 they knew about. His time between his 2003 release and his first confirmed murder in September 2003 came under scrutiny. Where had he been? What had he been doing? Were there bodies they hadn't found yet? Prosecutors began building their case, and it was a fortress. They had DNA evidence linking Terry to multiple victims. They had the recorded phone calls where he provided information only the killer would know. They had witnesses who placed him with victims shortly before their deaths. They had his criminal history showing a pattern of violence against women. They had everything except a confession, and they didn't need one. The evidence spoke louder than any admission could. Terry's defense attorneys faced an impossible task. How do you defend a client whose DNA is on the victims, whose voice is recorded describing the crimes, who was seen with multiple victims before they died? The only viable strategy was to attack the reliability of the evidence, challenge the DNA analysis, question witness credibility. It was a Hail Mary defense that everyone knew had minimal chance of success. Meanwhile, the families of Terry's victims finally had answers, though those answers brought little comfort. Shalia McKinsey's family learned what happened to her. Anna Ewing's loved ones could stop wondering if she might still be alive somewhere. Patricia Wilson Blue's children knew why their mother never came home. Darcy Warden's family could begin the agonizing process of grief with certainty rather than hope. Nelia Harris's friends could mourn properly. Sandra Reed's relatives could plan a funeral. Janice Crable's young life had a terrible ending, but at least her family knew the ending. The women Terry killed had been invisible in life. Poor, often addicted, working the streets because they had no other options. Society had looked past them, through them, around them. They were background characters in other people's stories, easily forgotten, rarely mourned. But in death, they became central to one of Kansas City's most notorious criminal cases. Their names were in every newspaper. Their faces appeared on every news broadcast. In the most tragic way possible, they finally became visible. Terry Blair sat in his jail cell awaiting trial, and the reality of his situation must have begun to penetrate even his thick skull. He wasn't going home. He wasn't going to talk his way out of this. The parole board wasn't going to give him another chance. This time, the system would not fail. This time, justice would be served. But the story of Terry Blair's crimes raised uncomfortable questions that Kansas City and America still struggles to answer. How did a convicted murderer get parole so easily? Why weren't police more responsive when women started dying on Prospect Avenue? Would the investigation have moved faster if the victims had been wealthy white women instead of poor black sex workers? Why does it take a serial killer to make society notice the most vulnerable among us? These questions haunted the detectives who worked the case. They knew they should have connected the dots faster. They knew that institutional indifference toward Prospect Avenue's residents had given Terry Blair the perfect hunting ground. They knew that every day they spent not catching him was another day a woman might die. The weight of those realizations crushed them. As Terry's trial date approached, Kansas City held its breath. The evidence was overwhelming, but trials can surprise. Juries can be unpredictable. Defense attorneys can create reasonable doubt from the thinnest threads. The city needed this conviction. The families needed closure. The women of Prospect Avenue needed to know that their lives, their murders, mattered enough for justice to be served. Terry Blair had terrorized a neighborhood, murdered 7 women, and played games with police. Now he would face judgment. The question wasn't whether he was guilty. The evidence made that undeniable. The question was what punishment would be deemed appropriate for a man who had treated human beings like disposable objects, who had inherited evil and perfected it, who had turned a city street into his personal graveyard. The trial would reveal even more horrifying details about Terry's crimes. It would force the families to relive their worst nightmares. It would expose Kansas City's failures in protecting its most vulnerable residents, and it would ultimately determine whether Terry Blair would ever breathe free air again. The courtroom fell silent as Terry Anthony Blair was led in wearing prison orange, shackled at the wrists and ankles. This was the man who had stalked Prospect Avenue like death incarnate. And now he sat beneath fluorescent lights, surrounded by officers, facing the weight of 7 murder charges. The families of his victims sat in the gallery, their eyes burning holes into the back of his head. Their grief transformed into rage, their tears long since cried out. They wanted blood. They wanted vengeance. They wanted him to suffer as their daughters, mothers, sisters, and friends had suffered. The prosecution's case was methodical and devastating. They built their argument brick by brick, creating a structure so solid that the defense couldn't find a single crack to exploit. First came the forensic evidence, DNA analysis presented with scientific precision that left no room for doubt. Expert witnesses testified that the probability of the DNA found on multiple victims belonging to anyone other than Terry Blair was astronomically small, something like 1 in several trillion. The numbers were so large they became meaningless, but the conclusion was crystal clear. Terry Blair's genetic material was inside these dead women. Then came the phone calls. The prosecution played them for the jury, and the courtroom listened in horrified silence as Terry's voice described details of the murders that only the killer could know. He told police where to find bodies they hadn't discovered yet. He provided information about how the women were killed, what they were wearing, where they were last seen. The recordings were damning beyond measure. A confession delivered voluntarily by a man who thought himself too clever to be caught. Witness after witness took the stand, each adding another layer to the prosecution's case. People from Prospect Avenue testified that they had seen Terry with various victims shortly before those women disappeared. His vehicle was identified at multiple dump sites. His movements tracked through the neighborhood during the precise time frame when women were vanishing. The circumstantial evidence alone would have been convincing, but combined with the DNA and the phone calls, it became an avalanche of proof that buried any hope of acquittal. The defense team struggled valiantly but hopelessly. They challenged the DNA collection methods, suggesting contamination or mishandling. Expert witnesses dismantled these arguments with ease, explaining the careful protocols followed, the chain of custody, the multiple confirmatory tests. The defense questioned whether the voice on the phone calls truly belonged to Terry. Voice analysis experts testified with certainty about vocal pattern matches, speech characteristics, linguistic quirks that identified Terry as the caller beyond reasonable doubt. Most desperately, the defense tried to argue that even if Terry had sex with these women, that didn't prove he killed them. Perhaps he was a customer, and someone else murdered them later. But this argument fell apart under the weight of the phone calls. Terry had described killing these women. He had provided details that only the killer would possess. The timeline of his encounters with victims and their subsequent deaths left no room for alternative explanations. The defense was grasping at smoke, trying to create reasonable doubt where none existed. Throughout the trial, Terry Blair displayed an unsettling demeanor. Sometimes he appeared bored, doodling on legal pads or staring at the ceiling as horrific details of his crimes were discussed. Other times he smirked, as if the proceedings were some elaborate joke only he understood. He showed no remorse, no horror at the carnage he had caused, no empathy for the families weeping in the gallery. The mask had slipped completely, revealing the emptiness underneath. A man without conscience, without humanity, without any quality that separated him from a rabid animal that needed to be put down. The prosecution called family members of the victims to testify during the penalty phase. These testimonies were heartbreaking beyond description. Shalia McKinsey's daughter spoke about growing up without a mother, about the birthdays and graduations and life milestones that her mom never got to witness. Anna Ewing's sister described the vibrant, funny woman Anna had been before addiction took hold, before the streets claimed her, before Terry Blair erased her from existence. Patricia Wilson Blue's children spoke through tears about the mother they lost, the grandmother their children would never know. Darcy Warden's family was perhaps the most tragic. At just 25, Darcy had her whole life ahead of her. She had been trying to get clean, trying to escape the trap of addiction and prostitution. She had told friends she wanted to go back to school, wanted to build a different life. Terry Blair made sure she never got that chance. Her parents spoke about their daughter's dreams, her potential, the future that was stolen from her on a cold Kansas City night. Nelia Harris's mother took the stand and spoke about the little girl Nelia had been. Bright, curious, full of life. She talked about how drugs and poverty had led her daughter down a dark path, but emphasized that Nelia was still her baby, still deserving of life and love and dignity. Terry Blair had shown her none of these things. He had used her and discarded her like trash. Sandra Reed's testimony was read into the record by a family friend, describing Sandra's struggles and her humanity. Despite everything, Sandra had maintained relationships with her children, had tried to be present in their lives even when her addiction made that difficult. She wasn't a perfect person, but she was a person, something Terry Blair had refused to acknowledge when he wrapped his hands around her throat. Janice Crable's family spoke last. At 24, Janice was the youngest victim, barely into adulthood. Her mother described the agony of losing a child, of getting the phone call every parent dreads, of having to identify her daughter's body on a morgue slab. She spoke about the nightmares that woke her screaming, the way she saw her daughter's face in every crowd before remembering Janice was gone forever. The cumulative effect of these testimonies was overwhelming. Even the most hardened observers in the courtroom found themselves weeping. These weren't statistics or case numbers. These were real people with families who loved them, lives that had value, futures that were stolen. Terry Blair had robbed 7 women of their tomorrows, and in doing so, had devastated dozens of other lives. Children, parents, siblings, friends, all left with permanent scars. The defense presented a perfunctory case during the penalty phase, trying to humanize Terry by discussing his traumatic childhood and family history of violence. Expert witnesses testified about the cycle of abuse, how children who grow up in violent homes often become violent adults, how Terry never had a fair chance at a normal life. It was true that Terry's childhood had been nightmarish, but the prosecution countered effectively. Plenty of people grow up in terrible circumstances without becoming serial killers. Trauma doesn't excuse evil. Suffering doesn't justify inflicting suffering on others. The jury deliberated for hours, weighing the evidence, considering the testimony, grappling with the enormity of their decision. When they returned, their verdict was swift and certain: guilty on all counts. 6 counts of first-degree murder. 1 case had insufficient evidence for first degree and resulted in a second-degree conviction. The convictions hit Terry Blair like hammer blows. 6 life sentences. No possibility of parole. He would die in prison, forgotten and unmourned. His name remembered only as a cautionary tale of human evil. But the sentencing phase brought a twist that disappointed many who sought ultimate punishment. Missouri had a death penalty, and many believed Terry Blair deserved it. The prosecution had sought death, arguing that the brutal, serial nature of his crimes warranted the ultimate sanction. However, the jury ultimately decided on life without parole instead. Some jurors later explained they couldn't be absolutely certain about imposing death, that even with overwhelming evidence, the irreversibility of execution gave them pause. Terry Blair would spend the rest of his life in a maximum security prison, locked in a small cell for 23 hours a day. His only view the concrete walls that would be his tomb. There would be no more women to terrorize, no more victims to claim, no more Prospect Avenue to prowl. His hunting days were over. The predator had finally been caged permanently. The families of his victims had mixed reactions to the sentence. Some felt justice had been served, that spending decades in a cage was a fitting punishment for a man who had treated women like caged animals. Others felt that death would have been more appropriate, that the state should have ended Terry's life as he had ended their loved ones' lives. But all agreed on one thing: at least it was over. At least Terry Blair would never hurt anyone again. Kansas City breathed a collective sigh of relief. The Prospect Avenue killer was caught, tried, and convicted. The neighborhood could begin healing, though the scars would never fully fade. The women who still worked those streets could do so without fearing they would be Terry Blair's next victim. But the uncomfortable questions remained. How had this happened? How had a convicted murderer been released to kill again? What systemic failures had enabled Terry's rampage? The parole board that released Terry Blair in 2003 came under intense scrutiny. How had they determined he was safe to release? What indicators had they missed? What warnings had they ignored? The investigation revealed a pattern of inadequate risk assessment, overworked parole officers making life and death decisions with insufficient information. Terry's parole was revoked permanently, but that meant nothing to the 7 women he killed while free. The Kansas City Police Department also faced criticism for their initial response to the Prospect Avenue murders. Why had it taken so long to recognize a serial killer was operating? Why weren't more resources devoted to protecting sex workers? The uncomfortable truth was that murders in poor black neighborhoods, especially murders of sex workers, received less attention and fewer resources than murders in wealthier areas. The women Terry Blair killed were marginalized in life and initially marginalized in death. These realizations sparked reforms. The police department implemented better protocols for identifying serial crime patterns. The parole board revised their risk assessment procedures. Social services for sex workers expanded, recognizing that these women deserved protection and support rather than neglect. 7 women had to die before these changes occurred, a bitter price for progress that should have existed already. Terry Blair's conviction brought a measure of peace to the families, but grief doesn't follow courtroom schedules. The mothers, fathers, children, and siblings of his victims would carry their loss forever. Birthdays would be painful reminders. Holidays would have empty chairs. Life milestones would be celebrated with the hollow ache of absence. Terry had killed 7 women, but the death toll of his actions was far larger when counting the destroyed lives of those left behind. In his cell, Terry Blair settled into the monotonous rhythm of prison life. No more phone calls to police. No more games. No more killing. Just endless days stretching into endless years, all identical, all meaningless, until death finally claimed him as he had claimed so many others. It was a fitting end for a man who had lived without purpose beyond destruction. Terry Anthony Blair sits in a maximum security prison cell in Missouri, breathing air he doesn't deserve to breathe, while 7 women remain eternally silent in their graves. The story of the Prospect Avenue killer didn't end with his conviction. In many ways, that's where the most important chapter began. Because Terry Blair's crimes forced society to confront uncomfortable truths about who we protect, who we value, and who we allow to be forgotten. The Blair family's criminal legacy extends far beyond Terry's individual murders. This was a family where violence was the mother tongue, where crime was the family business, where multiple generations participated in destroying lives. Researchers studying generational trauma and criminal behavior point to families like the Blairs as extreme examples of how dysfunction can become hereditary, passed down like genetic material, infecting each new generation until intervention breaks the cycle. Janice Blair, Terry's mother, started the terrible tradition by killing her husband. The trauma of witnessing or knowing about this murder undoubtedly scarred her children. But trauma alone doesn't create killers. Millions of children experience horrific abuse without becoming murderers. The Blair family represents something darker. A perfect storm of genetic predisposition, environmental factors, systemic poverty, normalized violence, and an apparent complete absence of empathy that created multiple killers from one family tree. Walter Blair, Terry's brother, murdered a young pregnant woman and her boyfriend over a drug debt. The brutality of the crime, shooting them execution style, mirrored Terry's own capacity for cold-blooded killing. Warnetta Blair's crime was somehow even more horrifying. She kidnapped a pregnant woman, murdered her, and cut the baby from her womb. The child survived, but the mother did not. What kind of person commits such an act? What kind of family produces multiple people capable of such acts? Daniel Blair added his own chapter to the family's criminal history with drug-related murders. The Blair siblings were like a hydra of human evil. Cut off one head and 2 more appear. The family Christmas cards must have been mailed to multiple correctional facilities across Missouri. It would be darkly comedic if it weren't so genuinely tragic. Not for the Blairs themselves, but for their dozens of victims, people who crossed paths with the wrong family at the wrong time and paid with their lives. The psychological community has studied the Blair family extensively, trying to understand how one family could produce so many killers. Some researchers focus on epigenetics, the idea that trauma can literally alter gene expression, potentially making descendants more prone to violence. Others emphasize environmental factors. Children raised in chaotic, violent homes where murder is normalized will develop warped moral frameworks. Still others point to the breakdown of social services in impoverished communities, creating conditions where criminal behavior flourishes unchecked. All these explanations probably contain partial truths, but they also feel inadequate when confronted with the sheer scale of the Blair family's body count. At some point, the academic explanations give way to a more primitive realization. Some families are simply cursed, whether by biology, environment, or some combination of both. The Blairs were one such family, and Kansas City paid the price in blood. Terry Blair's specific crimes reveal a psychology that goes beyond simple family dysfunction. Serial killers generally fall into organized or disorganized categories. Terry was organized. He planned his attacks, selected vulnerable victims, disposed of bodies deliberately, and initially avoided leaving evidence. But his decision to call police and essentially confess introduced a disorganized, impulsive element that doesn't fit standard profiles. This contradiction suggests a complex psychology, intelligent enough to kill repeatedly without getting caught, but arrogant enough to believe he could toy with police without consequences. The women Terry killed deserved to be remembered as more than just his victims. They were human beings with complicated lives, personal struggles, moments of joy and sorrow like everyone else. The fact that they sold sex for money doesn't make their murders less tragic or their lives less valuable. Society's tendency to view sex workers as somehow less worthy of protection or justice enabled Terry's killing spree. He selected victims he knew wouldn't be immediately missed, whose disappearances wouldn't mobilize massive search efforts, whose murders might not even be investigated thoroughly. Shalia McKinsey, 38 years old when she died, had children who loved her despite her struggles with addiction. She wasn't just a prostitute Terry killed. She was someone's mother, someone's daughter, someone's friend. The complexity of her life can't be captured in a case file or autopsy report. She laughed, cried, dreamed, hoped, suffered, persevered. Terry Blair erased all of that in minutes of violence, treating her as if she were nothing more than a means to his gratification. Anna Ewing, 42, had lived a full life before Terry took it from her. She had survived abuse, poverty, addiction, and the daily dangers of street life. She was tough as nails because life had required her to be. Friends described her as someone who looked out for other women on Prospect Avenue, who shared cigarettes and survival tips, who maintained her humanity in inhumane circumstances. Terry Blair saw none of that. He saw only an opportunity, a victim who wouldn't be missed, a body he could use and discard. Patricia Wilson Blue, 42, fought her attacker before dying. Defensive wounds on her hands and arms testified to her desperate struggle for life. She didn't go quietly into death. She fought with everything she had, trying to escape the monster who had her in his grip. It wasn't enough. Terry was stronger, more determined, devoid of the empathy that might have made him stop. Patricia's final moments must have been terrifying beyond description. Alone with a man who saw her as trash to be disposed of after use. Darcy Warden, 25, was the victim who breaks your heart because she was so young, still had so much potential life ahead of her. At 25, most people are just beginning to figure out who they are, what they want, where they're going. Darcy was trying to get clean, trying to build a different life. She had plans, hopes, dreams of something better than the streets. Terry Blair murdered her future along with her present. All those potential tomorrows, the career she might have built, the family she might have raised, the person she might have become, erased in one night of violence. Nelia Harris, 33, had been someone's little girl once. Her mother remembered her as a child full of energy and curiosity, always asking questions, always exploring. Life had been hard on Nelia, wearing her down through poverty and addiction until she ended up on Prospect Avenue selling her body to survive. But she never lost a certain spark, according to friends. She could still laugh, still joke, still find moments of lightness in the darkness. Terry extinguished that spark permanently, leaving behind only a corpse in an alley and a mother whose grief would never fully heal. Sandra Reed, 47, had survived almost 5 decades of life's hardships before encountering Terry Blair. She had raised children, endured abusive relationships, battled addiction, and kept going despite everything. There's a resilience required to survive 47 years of poverty and struggle that most people will never understand. Sandra had that resilience in abundance. But resilience means nothing when you're face to face with a predator who has decided you're going to die. Terry didn't care about her strength, her survival, her decades of perseverance. He cared only about his own gratification. Janice Crable, 24, was barely into adulthood when Terry killed her. She had been born in 1980, growing up as the world changed around her. Computers, cell phones, the internet revolutionizing daily life. But none of those advances touched the poverty she lived in. Technology couldn't save her from the circumstances that led her to Prospect Avenue. And it couldn't save her from Terry Blair. Her youth makes her death feel particularly cruel. A life snuffed out before it really began. Potential forever unrealized. The collective loss represented by these 7 women is staggering when you truly consider it. 7 individual consciousnesses, 7 unique perspectives on the universe, 7 sets of memories and experiences and feelings, all erased by one man's selfish violence. Terry Blair didn't just kill 7 bodies. He destroyed 7 entire worlds, because that's what each human being is, a complete universe of experience and consciousness. He committed genocide on a personal scale, obliterating 7 universes and leaving nothing but grief and trauma in their place. The impact on the Prospect Avenue community extended far beyond the immediate victims. The women who still worked those streets after Terry's arrest lived with constant fear. Every car that pulled up could be another killer. Every John could be another Terry Blair. Trust was impossible when survival required getting into strangers' vehicles. Some women left sex work entirely after Terry's conviction, the fear finally overwhelming their desperate need for money. Others had no choice but to continue, trapped by addiction or poverty or circumstance, accepting the risk because the alternative was starvation or homelessness or death by slower means. The neighborhood itself bore scars. Prospect Avenue became synonymous with serial murder, its reputation permanently stained. Property values in the area, already depressed, plummeted further. Businesses avoided the street. The stigma attached itself to everyone who lived there, a mark of shame they didn't deserve. Children growing up in the area would later tell people they were from near Prospect Avenue, rather than admitting they lived on it, trying to avoid the immediate judgment and fear the name provoked. Kansas City's broader community grappled with uncomfortable questions about institutional racism and classism. Would police have responded faster if wealthy white women had been dying? Would the parole board have released a white convicted murderer as easily as they released Terry Blair? The answer to both questions seemed obvious to anyone paying attention. Probably not. Terry Blair's ability to kill 7 women over 5 months reflected not just his own evil, but society's indifference towards certain populations. The women he killed were disposable in the eyes of a system that valued some lives more than others. This realization sparked activism in Kansas City and beyond. Advocacy groups for sex workers gained prominence, arguing that these women deserve protection rather than criminalization, that treating sex work as a crime rather than recognizing it as survival strategy made women more vulnerable to predators. Some activists pushed for full decriminalization, arguing that legal sex work in regulated environments would be far safer than the street-based survival sex that had made Terry's victims so vulnerable. The reforms that followed Terry Blair's conviction were meaningful but insufficient. Police departments improved their protocols for identifying serial predators, but funding for implementing these protocols remained inadequate. Parole boards revised their risk assessment procedures, but overworked staff still made decisions with incomplete information. Social services for vulnerable populations expanded slightly, but demand vastly exceeded supply. 7 women died, and the system changed just enough to say it had changed, but not enough to truly protect the next generation of vulnerable women. Terry Blair himself showed no remorse or insight into his crimes. In rare prison interviews, he maintained a disturbing disconnection from reality, sometimes denying his guilt despite overwhelming evidence, other times admitting to the killings but describing them in such cold, emotionless terms that listeners were left horrified. He spoke about murdering women the way most people discuss their morning commute, routine, unremarkable, forgettable. The complete absence of empathy suggested something fundamentally broken in his brain, a missing component that makes most humans capable of recognizing others' humanity. Psychologists who evaluated Terry diagnosed him with antisocial personality disorder, a clinical term for what used to be called psychopathy. People with this condition lack empathy, feel no genuine emotional connection to others, and view people as objects to be manipulated or exploited. Not all people with antisocial personality disorder become killers. Most simply become con artists, abusive partners, or ruthless business executives. But combined with other factors, violent upbringing, criminal family culture, substance abuse, access to vulnerable victims, the condition can create a perfect killer. The question of whether Terry Blair was born evil or made evil remains unanswerable. Nature versus nurture debates become meaningless when confronted with someone like Terry, whose nature and nurture both pointed toward violence. His genetic heritage included multiple killers. His environmental conditioning normalized murder. His personal psychology lacked the empathy brake that stops most people from committing atrocities. He was a perfect storm of factors that created a human predator. But understanding the factors that created Terry Blair doesn't excuse his actions or diminish his responsibility. Plenty of people face terrible circumstances without becoming serial killers. Trauma explains behavior but doesn't justify it. Terry made choices, conscious, deliberate choices, to stalk, attack, rape, murder, and discard 7 human beings. He chose his victims carefully. He planned his attacks. He disposed of evidence. These were not impulsive acts of passion, but calculated acts of predation. He owned every moment of violence he inflicted. The families Terry destroyed will carry their grief to their own graves. The children who grew up without mothers, the parents who buried daughters, the siblings who lost sisters, all permanently marked by Terry's violence. Grief counseling, victim support services, and time might dull the sharpest edges of their pain, but the fundamental wound never fully heals. You don't recover from losing a loved one to a serial killer. You learn to carry the weight, but the burden never lightens. Some family members channeled their grief into advocacy, speaking at parole board hearings to ensure violent offenders stayed imprisoned, lobbying for better victim services, raising awareness about violence against marginalized women. Their activism gave meaning to their loss, transforming their pain into purpose. Others retreated into privacy, unable to bear the public examination of their trauma. Both responses were valid. There's no right way to survive the unsurvivable. The true crime community's fascination with Terry Blair and cases like his raises ethical questions. On one hand, examining these cases helps us understand criminal psychology, identify system failures, and potentially prevent future violence. On the other hand, there's something troubling about the entertainment value extracted from real human suffering. The women Terry killed aren't characters in a story. They were real people who died horribly. Their family's grief isn't narrative drama. It's genuine agony. Walking the line between education and exploitation requires constant vigilance. This script attempts to honor Terry Blair's victims by treating them as human beings rather than plot points, by examining systemic failures rather than just sensationalizing violence, by asking uncomfortable questions about who we protect and who we abandon. But the fundamental truth remains. 7 women are dead who should be alive. Their deaths were preventable. If the parole board had kept Terry imprisoned, if police had responded faster to the pattern of murders, if society valued sex workers' lives enough to protect them adequately, Terry Blair will likely die in prison, an old man whose life amounted to nothing but destruction. He will leave no positive legacy, no accomplishments worth remembering, no impact on the world except the crater of pain he created. Future generations will remember his name only as a cautionary tale, if they remember it at all. His victims deserve better than to be remembered primarily as his victims, but that's the cruel reality of murder. It defines people in death more than their entire lives did. The Prospect Avenue killings exposed fault lines in American society that remain unrepaired. Poverty continues concentrating in forgotten neighborhoods. Addiction continues destroying lives while treatment remains inaccessible to those who need it most. Sex workers continue operating in dangerous circumstances while politicians debate morality rather than safety. Violent offenders continue being released by overwhelmed parole boards making inadequate assessments. The conditions that enabled Terry Blair's killing spree persist today, creating opportunities for the next Terry Blair. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this case is its ordinariness. Terry Blair wasn't particularly intelligent or cunning. He got caught largely because he called police and essentially confessed. He wasn't some criminal mastermind executing an elaborate plan. He was a violent, stupid man who targeted vulnerable women in a neighborhood where nobody was paying close attention. His success as a serial killer reflected not his brilliance but society's indifference. How many other Terry Blairs are operating right now in forgotten neighborhoods, targeting forgotten people, killing without consequence because nobody's watching? The answer to that question is terrifying to contemplate. The FBI estimates there are between 25 and 50 active serial killers in the United States at any given time, though the real number might be higher. Many target the same population Terry targeted: sex workers, addicts, homeless people, anyone society has decided doesn't matter enough to protect adequately. These victims vanish into the cracks between overworked police departments and indifferent public attention. Their murders go unsolved not because they're unsolvable, but because insufficient resources are devoted to solving them. Terry Blair's conviction provides a measure of justice, but justice feels inadequate when measured against 7 stolen lives. What punishment truly fits serial murder? Life imprisonment removes the killer from society but doesn't restore the victims or heal their families. The death penalty, had it been imposed, would have ended Terry's life but wouldn't have brought back Shalaya, Anna, Patricia, Darcy, Nelia, Sandra, or Janice. No punishment can balance the scales when murder tips them. We punish killers because we must, because civilization requires consequences for atrocity. But the punishment never truly satisfies because the harm is irreversible. As this story ends, Terry Blair remains caged, the women remain dead, the families remain grieving, and Prospect Avenue continues existing as a place where poverty and desperation create vulnerability that predators exploit. The cycle continues because the underlying conditions haven't fundamentally changed. We tell these stories hoping they'll inspire change, hoping they'll make people care about the forgotten and vulnerable, hoping they'll prevent the next Terry Blair from claiming the next 7 victims. But hope feels fragile when confronted with the reality of how Terry Blair operated for 5 months before being caught, of how easily the parole board released a convicted murderer, of how little society cared about women dying on Prospect Avenue until the body count became impossible to ignore. Hope requires belief that we can do better, that we will do better, that the deaths of Shalaya McKinsey, Anna Ewing, Patricia Wilson Blue, Darcy Warden, Nelia Harris, Sandra Reed, and Janice Crable will mean something beyond mere tragedy. Their lives mattered. Their deaths mattered. Their stories deserve to be told, not to entertain but to educate, not to sensationalize but to humanize, not to glorify their killer but to remember them as people who deserved better than the hand life dealt them and the death one monster inflicted. They were daughters, mothers, sisters, friends, complicated human beings who made mistakes and faced struggles but who fundamentally deserved the same right to life, safety, and dignity that everyone deserves. Terry Blair took that from them. Society failed to protect them. And we who tell their story bear the responsibility of ensuring they're remembered as more than victims, more than statistics, more than plot points in a true crime narrative. They were people. They mattered. And they deserved better than what they got from both Terry Blair and the world that left them vulnerable to him. This is the story of the Prospect Killer, Terry Blair, a monster who walked among us, who killed without conscience, who destroyed 7 lives and countless more through the ripples of his violence. But more importantly, this is the story of 7 women who lived, who mattered, who are gone but not forgotten. May their memories be a blessing, and may their deaths inspire us to protect the vulnerable better than we protected them. The monster has been caged, but the conditions that created him, and the conditions that left his victims vulnerable, remain unchanged. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our 3rd story. Story 3. The Devil Walked Among Them. The Scott Wilson Williams Nightmare. A predator prowled the shadows of Union County, South Carolina. Silent, methodical, unrelenting. Scott Wilson Williams didn't just take lives. He erased them with a cold precision that still haunts the darkest corners of criminal history. Between 1996 and 1997, this monster transformed from a seemingly ordinary man into something far more sinister. A serial killer whose brutality knew no boundaries, whose victims never saw him coming until it was far too late. He didn't discriminate. He didn't hesitate. He simply killed. And when investigators finally cornered him, what they discovered behind his carefully constructed mask of normalcy would shake an entire community to its core and reveal one of the most terrifying killing sprees the South had ever witnessed. This is the story of how evil can hide in plain sight, how 7 innocent lives were stolen in the most horrific ways imaginable, and how one man's descent into darkness left scars that time will never heal. Welcome to the nightmare that was Scott Wilson Williams, the Union County serial killer. Evil doesn't always announce itself with thunder and lightning. Sometimes it arrives quietly, wearing the face of someone you'd pass on the street without a second glance. Scott Wilson Williams was that kind of evil, the type that lurks behind ordinary eyes, that shakes your hand while planning your demise, that smiles while darkness churns within. Born on October 2nd, 1965, Williams entered this world in the heart of South Carolina, where Southern hospitality masks deeper secrets and where community bonds run thick as molasses. Nothing about his early years screamed serial killer. His childhood appeared unremarkable, almost mundane, a quality that would later make his crimes even more chilling. He grew up surrounded by the typical trappings of small-town Southern life. Church on Sundays, hot summers filled with cicada songs, neighborhoods where everyone knew everyone else's business. Or at least they thought they did. But behind the veneer of normalcy, something twisted took root inside young Scott. What creates a killer? Is it nature, nurture, or some unholy combination of both? Psychologists have debated this question for decades, but in Williams's case, the answer remains frustratingly elusive. His family life showed no obvious red flags, no documented abuse that might explain what he would become. Yet somewhere along the line, something fundamental broke inside him. Some crucial element of humanity that separates us from the monsters simply ceased to exist. By the time Williams reached adulthood, he had mastered the art of blending in. He worked various jobs, maintained relationships, functioned in society without raising suspicions. This is perhaps the most terrifying aspect of his story. He was everywhere and nowhere, remarkable only in how unremarkable he seemed. Neighbors would later describe him as quiet and kept to himself. Those haunting phrases that seem to follow every serial killer's biography like a curse. The year 1996 marked a turning point. Something inside Williams snapped, or perhaps something that had always been there finally broke free of whatever thin chains had been holding it back. Union County, South Carolina, would never be the same. This rural area, with its population of roughly 30,000 souls, became hunting grounds for a predator who had decided that his dark fantasies deserved to become reality. Union County itself sits nestled in the upper part of South Carolina, a place where poverty and opportunity wage constant warfare, where some families have lived for generations while others drift through like tumbleweeds. The landscape rolls with gentle hills, pine forests standing sentinel over forgotten back roads, small houses dotting the countryside like scattered dice. It's the kind of place where people leave their doors unlocked, where trust runs deep, where the idea of a serial killer operating in their midst would seem absurd until it wasn't. Williams developed a methodology that would become his signature, though calling it methodology almost seems too clinical, too detached from the sheer horror of what he did. He targeted vulnerable individuals, people on society's margins who wouldn't immediately be missed, whose disappearances might not trigger immediate alarm bells. This wasn't coincidence, it was calculated predation. He understood instinctively that certain lives are valued less than others, a tragic reality that allowed him to kill again and again before anyone connected the dots. His victims included sex workers, drug users, people struggling with addiction and homelessness, individuals already fighting daily battles for survival who never imagined their greatest threat would come in human form. Williams exploited their vulnerabilities with predatory precision. He offered rides, promised money, extended false kindness that masked his true intentions. And once he had them isolated, once he had them vulnerable and alone, he revealed his true nature. The violence Williams inflicted defies easy description. He didn't simply kill, he obliterated. He used ligatures to strangle his victims, watching the life drain from their eyes with what investigators later believed was a sense of power and control that fed something deep and twisted inside him. Strangulation is an intimate form of murder, requiring sustained physical contact, demanding the killer look death in the face as it slowly approaches. It takes minutes, not seconds. Minutes filled with terror and struggle, with desperate attempts to breathe, with the awful realization that escape is impossible. But Williams didn't stop there. Some victims showed signs of blunt force trauma, their skulls fractured from savage beatings that continued long after consciousness fled. He wielded whatever weapons came to hand, rocks, pipes, his own fists, raining down blows with a fury that suggested something beyond mere murder. This was rage incarnate, violence for its own sake, destruction that fed on itself and grew stronger with each attack. The locations where he dumped his victims' bodies revealed yet another layer of his depravity. He scattered them across Union County like grotesque breadcrumbs. Wooded areas, abandoned properties, remote locations where nature would accelerate decomposition and wild animals would scatter evidence. He understood, whether through instinct or research, how to make identification difficult, how to give himself time before the bodies were discovered and the investigation began. His first confirmed victim disappeared during the summer of 1996. The details of her final hours remain horrific. She was a young woman, barely into adulthood, who had fallen into the dark world of addiction. Williams approached her with an offer she couldn't refuse: money in exchange for companionship. She climbed into his vehicle, unaware she was entering a mobile tomb. He drove her to an isolated location, somewhere far from help, far from witnesses, far from anyone who might interrupt what he had planned. What happened next represents the darkest corners of human capability. Williams attacked her with sudden, overwhelming violence. He wrapped his hands around her throat, his fingers digging into her flesh as she struggled and fought and tried desperately to break free. Her terror must have been absolute. The realization that she was going to die, that this stranger was going to kill her, that her life was ending in the worst way imaginable. The strangulation lasted several minutes, each second an eternity of suffering, until finally her body went limp and death claimed her. But Williams wasn't finished. Even after death, he continued his assault, beating her lifeless form with savage intensity. Then he dragged her body into the woods, leaving her among the trees and undergrowth where she wouldn't be found for days. When investigators eventually discovered her remains, the level of violence shocked even hardened detectives who had seen their share of brutality. This established his pattern. This became his ritual. And tragically, horrifically, it was only the beginning. Williams killed again within weeks. Another vulnerable woman, another offer of money, another isolated location. This victim fought harder, her body showing defensive wounds where she tried to ward off his attack. Her fingernails had been broken, her hands bruised from attempting to pry his fingers from her throat. But fighting only seemed to fuel his fury. He strangled her while simultaneously beating her, a two-pronged assault that left her body battered almost beyond recognition. He disposed of her in a different wooded area, changing his dump sites to avoid establishing a pattern that investigators might recognize. This shows the calculating nature beneath his savage exterior. He was organized enough to vary his methods, smart enough to cover his tracks, yet still driven by compulsions he couldn't completely control. The third victim came that fall. Autumn had arrived in South Carolina, painting the leaves in shades of gold and crimson, bringing cooler temperatures and shorter days. Williams used the early darkness to his advantage, prowling after sunset when shadows could hide his predatory nature. This victim was older than the previous two, a woman worn down by hard living and harder choices. She thought she was meeting a client. Instead, she met her killer. Williams's violence had escalated. This murder showed even more brutality than the previous attacks. He didn't just strangle her. He used a ligature, twisting it tighter and tighter until her windpipe collapsed and her neck bore deep, angry grooves from the cord. Her face had turned purple from the pressure, her eyes bulging in their final moment of terror. Post-mortem examination revealed he'd also beaten her skull with such force that it fractured in multiple places, creating a spiderweb of cracks that spoke to the intensity of his rage. Her body was discovered sooner than the others, found by a hunter who stumbled upon her remains and immediately called authorities. This discovery marked a turning point. Law enforcement could no longer dismiss these deaths as isolated incidents or accidental overdoses. Pattern was emerging. Someone was hunting in Union County. Someone was killing with increasing frequency and brutality. Someone had to be stopped before the body count rose even higher. But identifying the killer proved maddeningly difficult. Williams left little physical evidence. He was careful about fingerprints, avoided leaving obvious traces. The victims' lifestyles meant they had contact with numerous people, making it difficult to narrow down suspects. And Union County's limited resources meant the investigation proceeded slower than anyone wanted. Meanwhile, Williams continued hunting. He'd discovered something inside himself, some dark need that demanded satisfaction. Each kill fed the monster, but never for long. The hunger always returned, stronger than before, demanding another sacrifice, another victim, another life extinguished to feed his twisted compulsions. Winter arrived, bringing cold rain and gray skies that matched the mood settling over Union County. People whispered about the murders, about the women disappearing from the streets, about the killer who might strike again at any moment. But whispers don't stop monsters. Action does. And authorities were racing against time to identify the predator before he could claim another victim. Williams had become addicted to killing. The power, the control, the godlike ability to decide who lived and who died. It consumed him completely. He was no longer human in any meaningful sense. He transformed into something else, something that wore humanity like an ill-fitting costume while darkness animated his every action. Death has a rhythm in the hands of a serial killer. It's not random chaos, despite how it might appear from the outside. There's a pattern, a progression, a terrible logic that governs when and how the monster will strike next. For Scott Wilson Williams, that rhythm accelerated throughout 1997, building toward a crescendo of violence that would finally bring his reign of terror to an end. The new year brought no respite for Union County. If anything, Williams's bloodlust had intensified over the winter months. Whatever barriers had once existed between his dark fantasies and brutal reality had completely dissolved. He was killing not despite the risk of capture, but almost because of it, each murder a dare to fate, each victim another roll of the dice that he could continue operating without consequence. His fourth victim vanished during a cold January night. She was a sex worker known to frequent a particular stretch of road where cars would slow down and transactions would be negotiated through partially rolled down windows. Williams cruised this area regularly now, hunting with purpose, selecting targets with the cold calculation of a predator choosing the weakest member of the herd. This woman made the fatal mistake of accepting his offer. She climbed into his vehicle, perhaps noticing something off about him but ignoring her instincts because she needed the money, because addiction doesn't allow for caution, because survival in her world meant taking risks every single day. Williams drove away from the well-lit streets, away from potential witnesses, out toward the rural darkness that surrounded Union County like a shroud. When he'd gotten her sufficiently isolated, he struck. But this time, something was different. This murder showed a level of sadistic cruelty that exceeded even his previous attacks. He didn't kill her quickly. Instead, he prolonged her suffering, using his hands and a ligature alternately, strangling her until she lost consciousness, then reviving her only to begin again. He wanted her to experience every second of terror, every moment of helplessness, every realization that death was approaching, and there was absolutely nothing she could do to stop it. The strangulation left horrific marks on her neck, multiple sets of bruises and abrasions that told the story of repeated attacks. Her throat had been crushed with such force that the hyoid bone had fractured, a small horseshoe-shaped bone that rarely breaks except in cases of severe manual strangulation. Her face bore bruises where he'd struck her, and her body showed signs of being dragged roughly across the ground, abrading her skin as he moved her to where he planned to leave her remains. He dumped her body in a wooded ravine, rolling her down the slope where she came to rest among briars and fallen leaves. Animals found her first, as Williams knew they would. By the time a passing motorist spotted her from the road and called police, decomposition and scavenger activity had complicated the forensic investigation. But even compromised evidence told a clear story. This woman had died horribly, suffering immensely before death finally claimed her. Law enforcement was now operating under the certainty that a serial killer was active in their jurisdiction. Task forces were formed, bringing together investigators from multiple agencies. FBI profilers were consulted, their psychological assessments painting a picture of an organized killer with escalating violence patterns, someone who targeted vulnerable victims and used manual strangulation as his primary method. But knowing what kind of monster you're hunting and actually finding him are two very different challenges. Williams, meanwhile, was emboldened by his continued freedom. He'd killed 4 times without capture. In his twisted mind, this proved his superiority, his cunning, his invincibility. He'd outsmarted everyone who might stop him. The monster inside was fully unleashed now, demanding regular feedings, pushing him toward ever greater risks. Victim number 5 died in March, as spring began pushing away winter's cold grip. She was younger than the others, barely 20 years old, a runaway who'd fallen into prostitution as a means of survival. She'd been in Union County only a few weeks, fleeing whatever horrors had driven her from her previous life, not realizing she was running directly towards something infinitely worse. Williams spotted her walking alone on a rural road, thumb out, hoping for a ride into town. He pulled over, offering transportation with that friendly mask he'd perfected. She hesitated. Something about him triggered those primal warning signals that evolution built into our brains, but exhaustion and desperation overrode caution. She opened the door and climbed inside, sealing her fate with that single decision. He drove past the turn that would have taken them to town. When she questioned this, he turned to her with a smile that must have sent ice through her veins because it was empty, devoid of human warmth, the smile of a shark before it attacks. She reached for the door handle, but he'd already engaged the locks. She was trapped in a moving vehicle with a predator, and her brief life was about to end in unimaginable terror. Williams pulled onto a dirt road that led deep into forested property. The vehicle bounced over ruts and potholes, carrying her farther from civilization with each passing second. She was screaming now, begging, promising anything if he'd just let her go. But begging doesn't move monsters. Her pleas only excited him, feeding that dark hunger that drove his every action. He dragged her from the vehicle, her fingers clawing at the door frame, trying desperately to maintain some grip on life. But he was stronger, fueled by adrenaline and murderous intent. He threw her to the ground, then was on her immediately, his hands finding her throat with practiced precision. She fought with everything she had. Her autopsy would later reveal extensive defensive wounds, broken nails, bruised knuckles from where she'd struck him. But her fighting was futile. He strangled the life from her slowly, watching her face turn purple, watching her eyes bulge and her tongue protrude, savoring every second of her suffering. After death claimed her, he retrieved a heavy rock from nearby and brought it down on her skull repeatedly, crushing bone and destroying her face with savage blows that continued long after she was beyond feeling pain. This post-mortem violence served no practical purpose. It was pure rage, pure evil expressing itself through brutal action. He left her body where it fell, not even bothering to drag her into deeper woods. His carelessness was growing, a sign that he was deteriorating psychologically, that the careful planning of his earlier murders was giving way to impulsive violence. This deterioration would ultimately prove his undoing, but not before he claimed 2 more victims. Victim number 6 died in May. She was a known drug user, emaciated from addiction, vulnerable in every possible way. Williams picked her up near a known drug house, offering her crack cocaine in exchange for sex. She agreed immediately. Addiction makes people do things they otherwise never would, makes them ignore danger signals that should send them running in the opposite direction. He took her to an abandoned property on the outskirts of Union County, a collapsing house surrounded by overgrown vegetation where he could do whatever he wanted without fear of interruption. Once inside the ruins of what had once been someone's home, he attacked her. This murder showed elements of sexual sadism that hadn't been as prominent in previous killings. He bound her hands with rope, leaving ligature marks on her wrists where she'd struggled against the restraints. He tortured her before killing her. Cigarette burns marked her skin, and evidence suggested he'd beaten her extensively while she was still conscious and able to feel every blow. The strangulation, when it finally came, must have seemed like mercy after the torture that preceded it. He used a cord from some old electrical wiring he'd found in the house, wrapping it around her neck and pulling tight. Her body was discovered 3 days later by teenagers exploring the abandoned property. The scene they encountered would haunt them for the rest of their lives. This woman's remains, left to decay in the ruins, a testament to human cruelty at its absolute worst. Law enforcement was now under tremendous pressure. 6 women dead in just over a year. A serial killer operating with apparent impunity. The community was terrified, and the media attention had become intense. Every detective on the case was working overtime, following leads, interviewing potential suspects, analyzing evidence with microscopic attention to detail. They knew they were hunting someone organized, someone intelligent, someone who understood how to avoid leaving obvious traces. But they also knew that all serial killers make mistakes eventually. The key was identifying that mistake before another victim died. Williams claimed his seventh and final victim in early July 1997. The intense summer heat had settled over South Carolina like a suffocating blanket, making everything feel heavy and oppressive. This victim was a sex worker who'd been warned by other women in her community about the dangers on the streets, about the murders, about how they all needed to be extra careful. But when you're desperate for money to feed an addiction, when survival depends on risky choices, warnings often go unheeded. Williams approached her with his standard offer. Some part of her must have known this was dangerous, but she needed the money. She got into his vehicle, trying to make conversation, trying to gauge whether he was dangerous. But how can you identify a monster when it's perfected the art of looking human? He drove to another wooded area, his preferred killing ground. When they stopped and he made his demands, she refused something. Maybe she sensed the danger, maybe his mask slipped just enough for her to see what lurked beneath. Her refusal enraged him. He attacked with sudden, explosive violence, dragging her from the car and throwing her to the ground with brutal force. She landed hard, the impact knocking the wind from her lungs, leaving her gasping and vulnerable. He fell upon her like a wild animal, his hands encircling her throat, squeezing with murderous intensity. She clawed at his face, her fingernails drawing blood, marking him in a way that would later prove crucial to his capture. But her resistance only made him angrier. He beat her while strangling her, fists impacting her face and head with sickening thuds. Her skull fractured under the assault, blood flowing from her nose and ears, her consciousness fading even as her body continued its involuntary struggle for survival. When she finally went limp, when death finally released her from the nightmare she'd endured, Williams stood up, breathing hard, covered in blood and scratches. He looked down at what he'd done, and whatever passed for thought in his twisted mind, he decided to leave her there. He didn't bother hiding the body properly, didn't take the time to cover his tracks. He simply walked back to his vehicle and drove away, leaving her remains in the dirt like discarded trash. This carelessness, this deterioration in his criminal methodology, would prove to be his final mistake. Every serial killer believes they're smarter than everyone hunting them. It's part of what enables them to commit such atrocities in the first place. A profound arrogance that convinces them they're operating on a level beyond normal human limitations, that they can continue killing indefinitely without consequence. Scott Wilson Williams had fallen into this trap completely. His 7 murders had bred overconfidence that would ultimately destroy him. The discovery of his 7th victim marked a turning point. A motorist spotted her body from the road and immediately called 911. Law enforcement responded rapidly, securing the scene before scavengers could further compromise evidence. This quick response meant forensic investigators could collect more usable evidence than they'd been able to obtain from previous crime scenes. Every fiber, every hair, every trace element was carefully documented and preserved. Among the evidence collected were the scratches on the victim's hands, defensive wounds that told investigators she'd fought back hard enough to potentially mark her killer. Beneath her fingernails, forensic technicians found tissue and blood that clearly didn't belong to the victim. This was the break they'd been desperately seeking. DNA analysis was still relatively new in 1997, but investigators knew they potentially had their killer's genetic fingerprint. Now they just needed a suspect to match it against. The investigation had generated numerous tips over the months, creating a database of potential suspects. Williams's name appeared in this database, though not prominently. He'd been mentioned by a couple of informants as someone who frequented areas where sex workers operated, someone who'd been seen with women who later disappeared. But so had dozens of other men. Without stronger evidence, there wasn't enough to justify bringing him in for questioning. The DNA evidence changed everything. Investigators began systematically working through their suspect list, eliminating individuals one by one, slowly narrowing the field. Williams had no criminal record for violent offenses, nothing that would have flagged him as a priority suspect. But his name kept appearing in connection with the victim population, kept surfacing in those background interviews and witness statements. Someone who keeps showing up in proximity to murder victims eventually demands closer scrutiny. Detectives began surveilling Williams, watching his movements, documenting his activities. What they observed was chilling in its normalcy. He went to work, came home, ran errands, lived what appeared to be an entirely ordinary life. But they also noted he cruised areas known for prostitution, that he'd slow down near women walking alone at night, that his behavior showed patterns consistent with someone hunting for victims. The surveillance team watched him pick up a sex worker one evening in late July. Their hearts raced as they followed his vehicle, maintaining distance to avoid detection, but staying close enough to intervene if necessary. They weren't going to allow another murder. They'd seen enough death, recovered enough bodies, stared into enough vacant eyes to let this monster claim another victim. Williams drove toward one of his preferred isolated areas, following patterns he'd established through his previous kills. The surveillance team communicated via radio, coordinating their response, preparing to move in. But they needed to catch him in an overt act, needed evidence that would stand up in court. They waited, muscles tensed, ready to spring their trap. When Williams pulled into a secluded location and stopped the vehicle, the team moved. Multiple cars converged simultaneously, boxing him in, preventing any possibility of escape. Officers approached with weapons drawn, ordering both Williams and the woman to exit the vehicle with hands visible. The woman complied immediately, terrified and confused. Williams hesitated, perhaps considering resistance, but the overwhelming tactical response made resistance futile. They took him into custody without incident. The woman was interviewed and released. She'd been moments away from becoming victim number 8, saved only by the surveillance team's intervention. She broke down crying when investigators explained who she'd gotten into that vehicle with, how close she'd come to sharing the fate of 7 other women. At the police station, Williams initially maintained his innocence with practiced ease. He'd been expecting this, had probably rehearsed his responses, had convinced himself that his intelligence would carry him through. He requested an attorney and refused to answer questions. This was his right, and investigators expected nothing less. But they didn't need a confession. They had something better. They had physical evidence. A search warrant was executed on Williams's home and vehicle. What investigators found confirmed their worst fears. Rope consistent with ligatures used on some victims. Personal items belonging to several victims. Trophies he'd kept. Reminders of his kills. Physical connections to the women he'd murdered. His vehicle yielded even more evidence. Bloodstains in the trunk. Fibers that matched clothing worn by victims. A treasure trove of forensic evidence that was steadily building an insurmountable case against him. But the most damning evidence came from DNA comparison. The tissue found beneath his final victim's fingernails was matched against Williams's DNA. The match was positive. The probability that the sample came from someone other than Williams was astronomically small. This physical evidence placed him in direct violent contact with a murder victim. Combined with the other evidence, it formed a web he couldn't escape. Williams's carefully constructed facade crumbled. When confronted with the evidence, when he understood that his crimes had finally caught up with him, something changed. The arrogance faded. The mask slipped. What remained was something hollow, something broken, something that had surrendered any claim to humanity through its actions. Under the weight of overwhelming evidence, Williams eventually confessed. Not to seek redemption. Monsters like him don't understand that concept. But because he recognized that denial was no longer viable. His confession was chilling in its matter-of-fact tone. He described the murders with disturbing detachment, recounting details that only the killer would know, providing information that helped investigators solve cases they'd been struggling with. He confessed to 7 murders spanning from July 1996 to July 1997. He provided details about each victim, where he'd picked them up, how he'd lured them to isolated locations, the methods he'd used to kill them, where he'd disposed of their bodies. His memory for these details was frighteningly precise, suggesting he'd replayed the murders in his mind repeatedly, perhaps savoring the memories of his victims' suffering. The confession confirmed investigators' worst fears about the brutality involved. Williams described strangling his victims, sometimes using his hands, sometimes using ligatures, always taking his time, always ensuring they experienced maximum terror and suffering before death. He admitted to beating several victims both before and after death, to torturing some of them, to treating human beings as objects that existed solely for his gratification. When asked why he'd done it, why he'd chosen to become a serial killer, Williams offered no satisfying answer. He spoke vaguely about feeling powerful, about enjoying the control, about satisfying urges he couldn't fully explain. His responses were frustratingly incomplete, lacking the insight that might help prevent future monsters from following similar paths. But perhaps that's the nature of such extreme evil. It can't be adequately explained because it exists beyond rational comprehension. The investigation eventually identified 7 confirmed victims, though investigators suspected there might be more. Serial killers rarely remember every victim, especially those whose crimes span years. Some bodies may never have been found. Some deaths may have been attributed to other causes. Some victims may remain forever unknown, their disappearances unconnected to Williams's confirmed crimes. This uncertainty haunts investigators even today. The knowledge that there may be families out there who never got closure, who never learned what happened to their loved ones. The 7 confirmed victims represented a cross-section of society's most vulnerable population. They were women struggling with addiction, engaging in survival sex work, existing on the margins where society largely ignores their presence until something terrible happens. They were daughters, mothers, sisters, people who mattered even though society often treated them as disposable. Their deaths devastated families and communities, leaving scars that decades wouldn't fully heal. The legal process moved forward with methodical precision. Williams was charged with 7 counts of murder, along with additional charges related to kidnapping, assault, and other offenses connected to his crimes. South Carolina has capital punishment, and given the number of victims and extreme brutality involved, prosecutors immediately signaled their intention to seek the death penalty. The case against Williams was overwhelming. The physical evidence alone would have secured conviction. The DNA match, the items belonging to victims found in his possession, the forensic evidence from his vehicle and home. But combined with his detailed confession, the case was essentially airtight. His defense attorneys faced an impossible task: defending a client who'd confessed to multiple horrific murders with overwhelming physical evidence supporting every accusation. Legal proceedings in capital cases move slowly, burdened by the weight of potentially ending a human life, complicated by mandatory appeals and exhaustive review processes. Williams remained incarcerated throughout, held without bond, his danger to society finally neutralized. But even in custody, the damage he'd inflicted continued rippling outward, affecting everyone touched by his crimes. The families of his victims struggled with complex emotions. Relief that their loved one's killer had been caught mixed with grief that justice came too late to save them. Anger at Williams blended with anger at systems that failed to protect vulnerable women. Questions haunted them. Could their loved ones have been saved if someone had acted sooner? Why did society care so little about women like their daughters, their sisters, their mothers? These questions had no satisfying answers. Union County itself bore psychological scars from Williams's killing spree. Trust had been shattered. The illusion of safety had evaporated. People who'd once left doors unlocked now installed security systems. Women who'd once walked alone at night now traveled in groups or not at all. The community's innocence had been stolen by one man's evil, replaced with the knowledge that monsters are real and they sometimes live among us. Media coverage of the case was extensive, both locally and nationally. The story had all the elements that attract public attention. Multiple victims, extreme violence, a seemingly ordinary killer hiding extraordinary evil. Television shows, newspaper articles, and true crime programs all covered Williams's crimes, making him infamous beyond South Carolina's borders. This attention brought some validation to the victims' families. Their loved ones' stories were being told, their lives acknowledged. But it also meant confronting the details of those brutal deaths over and over again. each news cycle reopening wounds that could never fully heal. Prosecutors built their case with meticulous care, preparing for trial even as plea negotiations occurred behind the scenes. Williams's attorneys recognized the futility of proceeding to trial given the evidence against their client. Negotiations focused on whether Williams would receive life in prison or face execution. From the prosecution's perspective, the death penalty seemed appropriate given the number of victims and severity of violence. From the defense's perspective, a life sentence accomplished the same goal of removing Williams from society while avoiding the years of appeals that death penalty cases inevitably trigger. Justice in serial murder cases is never simple. How do you balance the scales when lives have been taken, when families have been shattered, when communities have been terrorized? How do you punish someone who's committed acts so heinous that standard criminal penalties seem inadequate? The legal system grapples with these questions constantly, trying to dispense justice while acknowledging that nothing can truly compensate for what's been lost. Scott Wilson Williams faced the full weight of that system. His trial proceedings began in 1998, moving through the courts with the slow inevitability of glacial movement. The prosecution presented their case with devastating effectiveness, walking the jury through each murder, introducing physical evidence, playing portions of Williams's confession, painting a portrait of systematic evil that left no room for reasonable doubt. The physical evidence alone was overwhelming. DNA results were presented with detailed scientific explanation, establishing beyond question that Williams's genetic material had been found beneath his final victim's fingernails. Items belonging to victims were cataloged and connected directly to Williams's possession. Forensic experts testified about strangulation mechanics, about the injuries victims sustained, about the level of violence required to inflict such damage. Medical examiners described their findings in clinical detail, though the clinical language couldn't fully mask the horror of what these women endured. Williams's confession was perhaps most damaging. Hearing his voice describing the murders in his own words, recounting details only the killer would know, admitting to acts of unspeakable brutality, this evidence proved impossible to counter. His defense attorneys couldn't dispute the confession's validity. They'd been present during interviews, had ensured their client's rights were protected. The confession stood as his own testimony against himself. The defense strategy focused on mitigation rather than disputing guilt. They presented psychological testimony suggesting Williams suffered from various mental health issues, that something was fundamentally broken in his psychological makeup. But this approach faced significant challenges. Williams had functioned in society for years. He'd held jobs, maintained relationships, navigated daily life without obvious impairment. His crimes showed organization and planning inconsistent with severe mental illness. The brutality suggested not mental incompetence, but rather the complete absence of empathy and moral restraint. The prosecution countered with their own psychological experts, who testified that while Williams might have antisocial personality disorder or psychopathic traits, these conditions didn't excuse his crimes or render him legally insane. He understood that killing was wrong. He took steps to avoid detection. He targeted vulnerable victims specifically because they were less likely to be immediately missed. All of this demonstrated a rational, calculating mind making deliberate choices to commit murder. Victim impact statements provided the emotional core of the proceedings. Family members of the 7 confirmed victims took the stand to describe what had been stolen from them. A mother spoke about her daughter's struggles with addiction, about how she'd been trying to help her get clean, about the phone call that shattered her world when she learned her daughter's body had been found. A sister described growing up with one of the victims, shared memories of childhood, talked about how the family would never be complete again. These statements were harrowing. Several family members broke down completely, overcome by grief and rage at the man who'd stolen their loved ones. They looked directly at Williams as they spoke, demanding that he acknowledge their pain, that he see the human cost of his monstrous actions. Williams largely avoided eye contact, sitting impassively, showing little emotion. Whether this reflected genuine lack of feeling or was a defensive psychological response remains unclear. The jury deliberated Williams's fate. In capital cases, this involves 2 phases, guilt and sentencing. The guilt phase was straightforward given the evidence. the jury returned a verdict of guilty on all counts of murder without extended deliberation. The sentencing phase required deeper consideration. Should Williams receive life in prison without possibility of parole, or should he be sentenced to death? South Carolina's capital punishment statute requires juries to weigh aggravating factors against mitigating factors. Aggravating factors in Williams's case were numerous. Multiple victims, extreme cruelty, prior violent conduct, demonstrated through the multiple murders, and crimes committed during other felonies like kidnapping. Mitigating factors were limited, some childhood difficulties, possible mental health issues, but nothing that substantially explained or excused his actions. The jury deliberated for 2 days. This wasn't a decision to be taken lightly. Determining whether another human being should live or die carries profound weight, even when that human has demonstrated such evil. Some jurors reportedly struggled with the moral implications of voting for execution, wrestling with their own beliefs about state-sanctioned death versus the clear justice demanded by Williams's crimes. Ultimately, the jury returned with their recommendation: death. They determined that the aggravating circumstances so substantially outweighed any mitigating factors that execution represented the appropriate punishment. The judge, after considering the jury's recommendation and reviewing the evidence independently as required by law, formally sentenced Scott Wilson Williams to death by lethal injection for his crimes. The courtroom erupted when the sentence was announced. Some family members wept with relief, feeling that justice had finally been served, that Williams would face the ultimate penalty for the ultimate crime. Others sat silently, processing the complex emotions that accompany such verdicts. Satisfaction mixed with emptiness, justice achieved but lives still lost, punishment delivered but loved ones never returning. Williams showed minimal reaction to his sentence. He'd already known this outcome was likely given the evidence and number of victims. His attorneys immediately filed notice of appeal, beginning the lengthy process that accompanies every death penalty case. These appeals are mandatory and extensive, designed to ensure that no innocent person is executed, that every legal protection has been exhausted before the state takes a life. The appeals process stretched across years, moving through various courts, examining different aspects of Williams's case. His attorneys argued ineffective counsel, inadequate mental health evaluation, problems with evidence collection, standard grounds for appeal in capital cases. Each argument was methodically reviewed and ultimately rejected. The original trial had been conducted properly, the evidence legally obtained, Williams's rights protected throughout. The conviction and sentence stood firm against every legal challenge. During this time, Williams resided on South Carolina's death row, a separate unit where condemned inmates await their fate. Life on death row is regimented and isolating. 23 hours per day in a cell, minimal human contact. Existence reduced to waiting for an execution date that might be years or decades away. Some inmates find religion in these circumstances, seeking redemption for their crimes. Others descend deeper into whatever darkness already consumed them. Williams fell into the latter category. He granted occasional interviews from death row, though these provided little insight into his psychology. He sometimes expressed superficial remorse, but it rang hollow, words without genuine feeling behind them. When pressed about why he'd killed 7 women, he offered vague responses about impulses he couldn't control, about feeling powerful when he took lives. He never demonstrated true empathy for his victims or their families. Even facing his own mortality, he remained fundamentally disconnected from the humanity he'd so brutally destroyed. Investigators continued reviewing cold cases during Williams's incarceration, looking for possible connections to unsolved murders. Several disappearances from the mid-1990s remained unexplained, and Williams's known activity patterns suggested he could have been responsible. When approached about these cases, he was inconsistent, sometimes hinting at additional victims, other times denying any involvement beyond his 7 confirmed murders. Whether he killed more than 7 people remains unknown. The truth died with him, locked behind those empty eyes that had witnessed so much suffering without ever truly seeing it. The execution date was set multiple times over the years, each time followed by stays as appeals worked through the courts. This cycle is standard in capital cases but proves torturous for victims' families, who find themselves reliving their trauma with each new court filing, each postponement, each legal maneuver that delays final resolution. They wanted closure, wanted Williams's execution to mark the end of this nightmare. But the legal system moves at its own pace, indifferent to emotional timelines. South Carolina's method of execution had evolved over the decades. The state historically used the electric chair but later added lethal injection as an option. Williams chose lethal injection when forced to select his execution method, a choice laden with grim irony given that his victims had no choice in how they died, that he'd inflicted deaths far more painful and terrifying than the relatively quick unconsciousness promised by the injection protocol. Finally, after years of appeals and legal proceedings, Williams's execution date was set and no further stays were granted. The courts had exhausted every avenue, reviewed every argument, examined every facet of his case. The sentence would be carried out. Justice, delayed but not denied, was finally approaching its conclusion. The days leading to his execution followed established protocols. Williams was moved to a holding cell adjacent to the execution chamber. He was allowed final visits from family members, though few came. His crimes had alienated even those who'd once loved him. He met with prison chaplains who tried to minister to his soul, though whether he possessed anything resembling a soul remained questionable. He prepared his last meal request, selecting foods that seemed mundane and ordinary, unworthy of being the final tastes a person experiences before leaving this world. He was offered the opportunity to make a final statement, to address his victims' families, to say something that might provide closure or understanding. Williams declined. Even at the end, even facing his own death, he had nothing meaningful to say. His silence was perhaps more honest than any words he might have offered. What could he possibly say that would matter? What explanation or apology could touch the magnitude of what he'd done? On the evening of his execution, witnesses gathered in the viewing room, family members of victims who'd chosen to watch, media representatives documenting the event, state officials ensuring proper procedures were followed. The atmosphere was heavy with anticipation and unresolved grief. Some victims' families held hands, supporting each other through these final moments. Others sat alone, isolated in their pain even when surrounded by others who'd suffered similar losses. Williams was led into the execution chamber at the appointed time. Correctional officers strapped him to the gurney with clinical efficiency, securing his arms, his legs, his torso so he couldn't move during the process. Intravenous lines were inserted into both arms, backup lines in case one failed. Everything was checked, double-checked, verified according to protocol. The state was about to take a life. Every procedural detail had to be perfect. The warden read the death warrant, formally stating the crimes for which Williams had been convicted and the sentence the state was now carrying out. Williams was asked if he had any final words. He shook his head negatively, maintaining his silence to the bitter end. His face showed no emotion, no fear, no remorse, no relief. Whatever thoughts occupied his mind in those final moments remained his alone. The chemicals began flowing through the intravenous lines at precisely the scheduled time. First came the sedative, meant to induce unconsciousness quickly and peacefully. Williams's eyes closed within seconds. His breathing slowed, becoming shallow and irregular. The paralytic agent followed, stopping his breathing entirely, shutting down the muscular systems that kept his body functioning. Finally came the agent that stopped his heart. Medical personnel monitored his vital signs, watching the numbers decline, the rhythm of life flattening into the straight line of death. After several minutes, a physician stepped forward to perform the official examination, checking for heartbeat, for breath, for any sign of continuing life. Finding none, the physician turned to the warden and announced the time of death. Scott Wilson Williams, the Union County serial killer, was dead. The witnesses filed out of the viewing room in silence. Some victims' family members appeared relieved. Their long ordeal finally concluded. Others seemed empty, realizing that Williams's death didn't bring back their loved ones, didn't erase the trauma, didn't truly provide the closure they'd hoped for. Justice had been served, but it was cold comfort against the warmth of lives that would never return. News of Williams's execution spread quickly. Media outlets reported his death, summarizing his crimes, noting that justice had finally been administered. True crime forums discussed the case, analyzing his methods, debating whether execution was appropriate punishment or whether life imprisonment would have been more just. These debates continue wherever serial killers are discussed, arguments about punishment and justice that have no definitive answers. For Union County, Williams's execution marked the end of a dark chapter, but not the end of his impact. The community had been fundamentally changed by his killing spree. Trust had been broken in ways that execution couldn't repair. The knowledge that evil had walked among them, had killed 7 times before being stopped, had shattered innocence that could never be fully restored. The victims' families continued their difficult journeys after Williams's death. Grief doesn't follow timelines or respect milestones. Some found ways to memorialize their loved ones, establishing scholarships or supporting programs that helped women struggling with addiction and homelessness. Others remained trapped in anger and loss, unable to move forward from trauma that had redefined their lives. There's no correct way to survive such horror. Each person processes it according to their own capabilities and circumstances. Law enforcement officials who'd worked the case carried their own burdens. They'd seen the crime scenes, had witnessed the aftermath of Williams's brutality, had worked frantically to stop him before he could kill again. Some struggled with guilt that they hadn't caught him sooner, hadn't prevented all 7 murders. Rationally, they understood they'd worked the case as effectively as possible given available resources and evidence. Emotionally, they wondered if they could have done something different, something that might have saved lives. The psychological impact extended beyond those directly connected to the case. Union County residents who'd never met Williams or his victims still felt violated by his presence in their community. Parents held their children closer, hyper-aware of dangers they'd previously ignored. Women walking alone felt vulnerable in ways they hadn't before. The community's collective sense of safety had been permanently damaged by one man's actions. Years have passed since Williams's execution, yet his crimes remain remembered. True crime documentaries periodically revisit his case, examining his psychology, analyzing his methods, interviewing investigators and family members willing to relive their trauma for television audiences. These programs serve multiple purposes. They educate viewers about serial killers. They provide platforms for victims' families to ensure their loved ones are remembered. They satisfy humanity's dark fascination with evil. But beyond the media coverage and criminal justice analysis, 7 women remain dead. 7 lives cut short with horrific brutality. 7 families forever incomplete. These are the real casualties of Scott Wilson Williams's evil. Not statistics or case numbers, but human beings who mattered, who deserved better than the fate he inflicted upon them. Their names deserve to be remembered, spoken aloud so they're not reduced to anonymous victims. They were daughters who laughed at family dinners. They were sisters who shared secrets and dreams. They were mothers who loved their children even when addiction made them unable to properly care for them. They were women struggling to survive in a world that offered them limited options and fewer safety nets. They deserved protection that society failed to provide. They deserved lives that continued beyond their encounters with a monster. The tragedy of serial killers extends beyond the immediate violence they inflict. They expose society's failures, how we ignore vulnerable populations, how we dismiss certain lives as less valuable, how we create conditions where predators can hunt with relative impunity among those we've marginalized. Williams targeted sex workers and drug users specifically because society had already discarded them, had already decided their lives weren't worth full protection or attention. If there's any lesson to be drawn from Williams's crimes, it's that every life matters. The women he killed weren't just statistics or victims defined by their worst struggles. They were human beings deserving of dignity, safety, and justice. Their deaths should remind us that society's most vulnerable members need protection, not judgment. That people struggling with addiction need treatment, not abandonment. That women forced into survival sex work need support and alternatives, not condemnation. Scott Wilson Williams is gone, executed by the state of South Carolina for his unspeakable crimes. But the scars he left remain. The families still grieve. The community still remembers. And somewhere, perhaps Other vulnerable women face similar dangers from predators who've learned nothing from Williams's capture and punishment. The cycle continues because the underlying problems, poverty, addiction, lack of resources for society's most vulnerable, remain largely unaddressed. The Union County serial killer case stands as one of South Carolina's darkest criminal chapters. 7 confirmed victims over 13 months. Brutality that shocked even experienced investigators. A killer who wore normalcy like camouflage while darkness consumed him from within. Justice eventually caught up with Scott Wilson Williams, but justice came too late for 7 women who deserved better fates. Their memories endure not just as victims of a serial killer, but as reminders of our shared humanity. They remind us to look out for those society tends to overlook, to extend compassion to those struggling with addiction, to recognize that every person walking this earth has inherent worth regardless of their circumstances. This is perhaps the only redemption possible from such tragedy, that their deaths might inspire us to be better, to do better, to create a world where monsters like Scott Wilson Williams find fewer vulnerable victims to prey upon. The nightmare is over. The monster is dead. But the lessons remain, written in blood and grief and the terrible knowledge that evil can hide behind the most ordinary faces. We must remain vigilant. We must protect the vulnerable. We must remember that behind every crime statistic stands a human life, a person who mattered, a story that deserves to be told with dignity and respect. 7 women died at the hands of Scott Wilson Williams. Let their names be remembered. Let their lives be honored. Let their deaths remind us that we're all connected, that we all bear responsibility for protecting each other, that we must never become so comfortable that we forget monsters are real and that they walk among us. This is the legacy of the Union County serial killer, not just a story of evil triumphant, but also a story of evil defeated, of justice served, and of a community that survived darkness and continues to remember those who didn't. The nightmare has ended, but the memory remains, a permanent scar on history that we must never allow ourselves to forget. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4. The Baseline Killer, Mark Gutto. When darkness falls, evil doesn't just emerge, it calculates. Phoenix, 2005. A city learned that monsters don't hide under beds. They walk among us. The summer heat wasn't the only thing killing people in Phoenix, Arizona. While families slept behind locked doors, while lovers whispered goodnight, while children dreamed innocent dreams, a predator moved through the darkness like smoke through cracks. This is the story of Mark Gutto, the baseline killer, a man whose smile could disarm you before his hands destroyed you. Tonight, we're tracking a demon who wore human skin so convincingly that even those closest to him never saw the abyss behind his eyes. This is a descent into pure malevolence, a journey through one of America's most terrifying serial killing sprees. Are you ready? Lock your doors. This nightmare was real. Phoenix, Arizona, 2005. The Sonoran Desert stretched endlessly beyond the city limits, a wasteland of sun-bleached bones and silent screams. But the real horror wasn't lurking in the wilderness. It was thriving in the neighborhoods, in the strip malls, in the parking lots where ordinary people lived their ordinary lives, completely unaware that death was watching them. The summer arrived like a furnace blast, temperatures soaring past 110 degrees. Asphalt melted, metal burned bare skin. The elderly died in their homes when air conditioners failed. But the heat was merciful compared to what was coming, because somewhere in this sprawling desert metropolis, a predator had begun his work, methodical, brutal, unstoppable. Started small, crimes that seemed random, disconnected. A woman assaulted here, a robbery there. Phoenix police logged the incidents like they logged hundreds of others. Tragic, yes, but not yet terrifying. Not yet connected. Not yet the work of someone who would become one of the most prolific serial killers in Arizona history. The Baseline Road corridor cut through South Phoenix like a scar a stretch of urban landscape where poverty and desperation mixed with honest working people just trying to survive. Strip malls line the streets, their neon signs flickering promises of cheap food, cheaper goods, salvation on credit. Behind these commercial facades, residential neighborhoods sprawled. Modest homes with chain-link fences, apartment complexes with peeling paint, places where people lived paycheck to paycheck, where they worked double shifts and still couldn't get ahead. This was his territory, his hunting ground. The baseline killer would earn his name from this very road, but that name would come later, after the bodies piled up, after the terror became undeniable, after Phoenix realized it was harboring something monstrous. Mark Goudeau didn't look like a monster. That was his greatest weapon. At 46 years old, he was a construction worker, a married man, a grandfather. He had kind eyes and an easy smile. He'd strike up conversations at bus stops, help elderly women with their groceries, laugh at jokes told by strangers. His camouflage was perfect, the mask of normalcy so convincing that even after his arrest, people who knew him would shake their heads in disbelief, insisting there must be some mistake. But beneath that mask lived something cold and calculating, something that viewed other human beings as objects to be used, dominated, destroyed. And in the summer of 2005, that thing had awakened with an insatiable hunger. The first recognized attack came in November 2005, though investigators would later discover his crimes began even earlier. A woman walking alone near Baseline Road felt eyes on her before she saw him. That primal instinct that screams danger fired through her nervous system, but by then it was too late. He moved with practiced efficiency, no wasted motion, no hesitation. The assault was brutal, calculated, designed to break her physically and psychologically. She survived, barely. Her report joined others in the growing case files at Phoenix PD, another victim, another crime, another file folder in an overworked system. But this wasn't just another case. This was the beginning of a reign of terror that would paralyze an entire city. 3 weeks later, he struck again, and again. The attacks intensified in frequency and violence. He seemed to be escalating, refining his technique, growing bolder. Each crime scene told a story of meticulous planning followed by explosive violence. He stalked his victims, learned their patterns, identified their vulnerabilities. When he struck, it was overwhelming and brutal. What made Goudeau particularly terrifying was his versatility. He wasn't limited to one type of victim or one method of attack. Women ranging from teenagers to the elderly, men who thought they could defend themselves, couples together. He adapted to circumstances with frightening ease. Sometimes he used guns, sometimes knives, sometimes his bare hands were weapon enough. This adaptability would make him harder to catch, because the crimes didn't always fit a clear pattern. Investigators initially struggled to connect them. December 2005 brought the first confirmed murder attributed to the Baseline killer. A woman's body was discovered in her apartment, shot, violated, left in a scene so brutal that seasoned detectives found themselves shaken. The level of violence spoke to rage, but the crime scene also showed control and planning. This wasn't a crime of passion. This was something far more sinister. Then came another, and another. The bodies accumulated through December and into the new year. Phoenix PD realized they had a serious problem. These crimes weren't random. The geographic clustering, the victim selection, the methodologies, they bore signatures. Subtle connections emerged. Witnesses described a man matching similar descriptions. Forensic evidence began linking cases. The horrible truth crystallized. A serial predator was operating in South Phoenix, and he was accelerating. The media caught wind. Headlines screamed warnings. The Baseline killer moniker emerged, and Phoenix found itself gripped by fear. Women changed their routines. Gun sales spiked. Neighborhood watch groups formed. Parents kept children inside after dark. The city that boasted 300 days of sunshine each year found itself shrouded in darkness. But Goudeau didn't stop. The attention seemed to embolden him. January 2006 brought more attacks, more violence, more terror. He was no longer just killing. He was making statements. The brutality intensified. Crime scenes became tableaus of horror designed to shock, to frighten, to demonstrate power. What investigators didn't yet fully understand was the depth of Gudo's criminal history. He wasn't some suddenly emerged predator. He had been honing his skills for decades. In 1983, he'd been convicted of a vicious assault on a woman. A crime so brutal it should have kept him locked away for life. But he'd served only 13 years before release in 1996. Society's failure to protect itself would cost innocent people their lives. After his release, Gudo had tried to maintain the facade of normalcy. He married, found work in construction, attended family gatherings, played with his grandchildren, but the monster never left. It merely waited, and in 2005, whatever restraints he'd maintained finally shattered. The psychological profile that emerged painted a picture of a classic sexual sadist, someone who derived pleasure from others' suffering, who needed to dominate and control, whose violence was both sexual and murderous. But Gudo was also highly organized, intelligent, and experienced. He understood police procedure. He took precautions. He varied his patterns enough to confuse investigators while maintaining enough consistency to feed his psychological needs. By February 2006, Phoenix PD had established a task force specifically dedicated to catching the baseline killer. Detectives worked around the clock, chasing leads, interviewing witnesses, analyzing evidence. The pressure was enormous. Every day without an arrest was another day a killer walked free, another potential victim at risk. The geographic profiling showed his comfort zone, that area around Baseline Road where most attacks occurred. He knew these streets intimately, every alley, every shadow, every escape route. He moved through this landscape like a ghost, appearing suddenly, vanishing completely. Witnesses saw him but couldn't quite describe him. He was medium height, medium build, medium everything, extraordinarily ordinary. But he made mistakes, small ones. A witness got a better look than he realized. Forensic evidence collected from scenes would later prove crucial. Security camera footage caught him in the periphery. The net was tightening, even if the investigators didn't yet know it. Meanwhile, the city hemorrhaged from the wounds he inflicted. Families destroyed, lives ended, survivors traumatized beyond measure. The baseline killer wasn't just murdering individuals. He was poisoning an entire community with fear. As winter gave way to spring in 2006, Mark Gudo had killed at least 9 people and sexually assaulted 15 women. These were just the confirmed cases. Investigators suspected there might be more. His reign of terror had lasted months, but it felt like years to those living in fear. The pressure on law enforcement reached critical levels. Public outcry demanded action. Politicians got involved. The FBI offered assistance. Resources poured into the investigation. But Gudo remained free, remained hunting, remained destroying lives with terrifying efficiency. What nobody knew yet was that his time was running out. The evidence was accumulating. The investigative net was closing. And Mark Gudo, the baseline killer, was about to make the mistake that would finally end his murderous spree. But before that moment came, before justice arrived, more people would suffer. More families would receive the worst news imaginable. More crime scenes would haunt detectives for the rest of their lives. Because monsters like Mark Gudo don't stop until they're stopped. They can't. The compulsion is too strong, the need too overwhelming. Phoenix held its breath, waiting for the nightmare to end, not knowing that the worst revelations were still to come. Evil has a rhythm. Serial killers operate on cycles, internal clocks driven by dark compulsions that build, release, then build again. Mark Gudo's rhythm was accelerating, the time between attacks shrinking, the violence intensifying. The devil was dancing faster, and Phoenix was his ballroom. The task force investigating the baseline killer assembled their evidence boards like archaeologists piecing together fragments of some cursed artifact. Photographs of victims, smiling in life, destroyed in death. Crime scene photos too disturbing to show the public. Maps studded with pins marking attack locations. Timelines tracking the escalation. And at the center of it all, the question that haunted every investigator. Who was doing this? Detective William White led the task force. a 20-year veteran who'd seen humanity's darkest corners, but nothing quite like this. Late nights in the operations center, surrounded by the accumulated evidence of evil, White would stare at those boards and try to think like the killer. Where would he strike next? What was driving him? How could they stop him before more people died? The victimology painted a disturbing picture. Gudo wasn't limiting himself to a specific type. Young women, elderly women, middle-aged women, even men when opportunity presented itself. The common thread wasn't gender or age, it was vulnerability. He identified weakness, isolation, opportunity. A woman walking alone at night, person leaving work late, someone distracted, headphones in, unaware. He was a predator in the truest sense, selecting targets based on accessibility rather than preference. But his crimes against women carried an additional horror, sexual violence that spoke to deep-seated rage and need for domination. The sexual assaults weren't incidental to his murders. They were central to them. For Gudo, the power he felt in those moments of complete control over another human being was intoxicating. The violence, the terror in his victims' eyes, their helplessness. These fed something broken and monstrous inside him. March 2006 brought a crime that would prove pivotal in the investigation. A young woman was attacked near a restaurant on Baseline Road. She survived, but barely. The assault bore all the hallmarks of the Baseline killer's work. Sudden, brutal, calculated. But this time, something was different. This time, he'd been slightly less careful. Security cameras in the area had captured footage. Grainy, indistinct, but something. A figure moving through the parking lot. A vehicle in the background. Details that meant nothing in isolation, but everything in aggregate. The investigators studied that footage frame by frame, enhancing, analyzing, searching for any identifying feature. The survivor, despite her trauma, provided details. She was incredibly brave, sitting with sketch artists, recounting the nightmare with shaking voice but determined resolve. The composite sketch that emerged would eventually prove remarkably accurate. But at the time, it was just another tool in an investigation drowning in information yet starving for that one crucial breakthrough. What the public didn't know, what the task force deliberately withheld, were certain details about the crimes. Specific phrases Gudo spoke, particular behaviors at crime scenes. These holdback details were crucial. When they finally caught their suspect, these would be the facts only the true killer would know. And there was forensic evidence, DNA collected from multiple crime scenes. In 2006, DNA technology was powerful but not yet the omnipresent tool it would become. The samples were good, but without a match in the database, they were simply evidence waiting for a suspect. Once they had someone to compare it to, that DNA would be damning. But first, they needed to find him. April brought more attacks. Gudo seemed insatiable now, the cooling-off periods between crimes almost non-existent. Behavioral analysts suggested he was either losing control or gaining confidence, possibly both. The organized, calculating predator was still present, but there was increasing recklessness, as if he believed himself untouchable. One attack that month was particularly revealing. Gudo approached a couple outside their apartment. The man tried to fight back, a natural, brave response that cost him his life. Gudo shot him without hesitation, then assaulted the woman. The cold efficiency with which he killed the man revealed something chilling. Human life meant absolutely nothing to him. People were obstacles or opportunities, nothing more. The woman survived and provided crucial testimony. She described not just the physical attack, but the dead, emotionless quality in Gudo's eyes. It was like looking at nothing, she told detectives. Like looking at a void where a person should be. This detail, the absence of humanity, appeared in multiple survivor accounts. Gudo wasn't just hiding his emotions. He genuinely didn't feel them in these moments. The mask wasn't hiding a man. It was hiding an absence. Meanwhile, investigators were pursuing every possible lead. Tips poured in. Hundreds of calls from terrified residents, concerned witnesses, people certain they'd seen the killer. Each tip required follow-up, countless hours tracking down leads that went nowhere. It was exhausting, frustrating work. the investigative equivalent of searching for a specific grain of sand on a beach. But good detective work is often about persistence rather than inspiration. While the public focused on the dramatic elements, the murders, the manhunt, the fear, the real police work was tedious and meticulous. Reviewing traffic camera footage, cross-referencing vehicle registrations, interviewing witnesses multiple times, building timelines, checking alibi claims, analyzing phone records. The break came from an unexpected direction. On May 3, 2006, Phoenix police received a call about an armed robbery at a restaurant on Baseline Road. The description of the suspect triggered immediate recognition. He matched the Baseline killer profile. Officers flooded the area. Security footage from the robbery was pulled and compared to the previous footage. The same man. Different crime, same predator. But he'd vanished again, dissolving into the urban landscape like morning mist. The frustration was overwhelming. They'd been so close. Yet the robbery proved valuable. More footage, more witness statements, more pieces of the puzzle. What investigators didn't initially realize was that Gudo's wife had begun suspecting something was wrong. Not that he was a serial killer. That leap was too enormous for anyone close to him to make. But his behavior had become erratic. Late nights out, unexplained absences, a nervous energy that seemed to intensify with each passing week. She couldn't have known she was living with one of America's most dangerous predators. The cognitive dissonance was too great. How could the man who played with their grandchildren, who held her at night, who seemed so ordinary, be capable of such monstrous acts? The human mind rejects such contradictions. So she explained away the inconsistencies, rationalized the strange behaviors, because accepting the alternative was impossible. But law enforcement was closing in. The accumulated evidence was reaching critical mass. DNA profiles were being compared. Witness statements were being cross-referenced. Geographic profiling was narrowing the search area. And crucially, investigators were beginning to look seriously at individuals with previous violent sexual offense convictions, precisely the population Gudo belonged to. His 1983 conviction made him a person of interest. The crime, a brutal assault on a woman, bore uncomfortable similarities to the Baseline attacks. Detectives pulled his file, examined his photo, compared it to the composite sketches and security footage. The resemblance was compelling. On May 29, 2006, surveillance teams were assigned to watch Mark Gudo. They observed him for days, documenting his movements, his patterns, his behaviors. He went to work, came home, ran errands, appeared completely normal. But the investigators knew better than to trust appearances. They'd learned that monsters don't always announce themselves with horns and fangs. Then came the moment that would end his reign of terror. On June 17, 2006, Mark Gudo was walking near his apartment complex when surveillance teams spotted him. The decision was made, time to bring him in. Officers approached, and Gudo was detained for questioning. At the station, detectives watched him carefully. He was calm, almost eerily so, polite, cooperative, still wearing that mask of normalcy. But behind that facade, calculation was happening. How much did they know? What evidence did they have? Could he talk his way out of this? The interrogation was masterful. Detectives presented evidence gradually, watching his reactions, noting the micro-expressions that betrayed his internal state. They mentioned the crimes, showed photos, asked about his whereabouts on specific dates, and slowly, they watched the mask begin to crack. Gudo denied everything initially. Wrong place, wrong time, mistaken identity, the standard deflections. But the evidence was overwhelming. DNA collected from crime scenes was compared to a sample from Gudo. Match. Witnesses were brought in for identification. Multiple positive IDs. Security footage analysis confirmed his presence at numerous crime scenes. The walls closed in, and Gudo knew it. But even faced with irrefutable evidence, he maintained his denials. This wasn't the behavior of someone overcome with remorse. This was a predator caught in a trap, still calculating, still looking for escape routes that didn't exist. As news of the arrest spread, Phoenix exhaled collectively. The nightmare might be over. The Baseline killer was in custody. But relief was tempered by horror as the full scope of his crimes emerged. 9 murders confirmed, 15 sexual assaults, multiple armed robberies. The body count was staggering, the suffering immeasurable. Families of victims received the news with mixed emotions. Relief that justice might come, anguish that it came too late for their loved ones. Survivors faced the reality that the man who destroyed their lives was finally caught, that they might have to testify, to relive their trauma in pursuit of justice. And Mark Goudeau sat in a jail cell, the mask finally removed, facing the consequences of his monstrous actions. But the story wasn't over. The investigation continued, because with serial killers, there's always the question: how many more? What crimes haven't been discovered? What victims remain unidentified? The devil had been caught, but his full toll was still being calculated. And Phoenix was about to learn that even with the monster in custody, the nightmares wouldn't end. Justice moves slowly, but it moves with terrible weight. Mark Goudeau's arrest marked the end of his killing spree, but the beginning of a legal odyssey that would lay bare every dark corner of his psyche, every horrific detail of his crimes, every life he destroyed. The courtroom would become a theater of horrors where survivors would have to face their tormentor, and the families of the dead would hear exactly how their loved ones spent their final moments. The evidence against Goudeau was staggering. Prosecutors built their case like architects designing a fortress. Every stone a piece of evidence, every wall a separate charge, the entire structure designed to be impregnable. DNA evidence linking him to multiple murder and sexual assault scenes. Ballistics matching his gun to murders. Witness testimony placing him at crime scenes. Security footage showing him near attack locations. And crucially, those holdback details, information only the true killer would know. But Goudeau wasn't the only monster the task force had been hunting. Phoenix in 2005 to 2006 was being terrorized by another serial killer operating simultaneously, the serial shooter who murdered people randomly from vehicles in drive-by style attacks. The two cases became intertwined in the public consciousness, creating an atmosphere of paranoia unlike anything Phoenix had experienced. The serial shooter was eventually identified as Dale Hausner and Samuel Diedemann, arrested in August 2006. Their crimes were different from Goudeau's, more random, less personal, motivated by thrill killing rather than sexual sadism. But for Phoenix residents, the timing was significant. 2 separate groups of serial killers operating in the same city at the same time. The statistical improbability was staggering, the reality terrifying. Focus now shifted to ensuring Goudeau never walked free again. The prosecution team, led by experienced capital case attorneys, began the meticulous work of preparing for trial. Every piece of evidence had to be cataloged, analyzed, prepared for presentation. Witness testimony had to be coordinated. Expert witnesses had to be retained. The case was massive, complex, and absolutely crucial. Goudeau's public defenders faced an impossible task. Their client was guilty, the evidence was overwhelming. But everyone deserves legal representation, and defense attorneys must advocate even for the indefensible. Their strategy focused on avoiding the death penalty rather than proving innocence. They would argue mitigating circumstances, challenge procedural issues, fight over evidence admissibility. Anything to spare Goudeau's life, even if they couldn't spare him from conviction. Pre-trial proceedings revealed more about Goudeau's past. Investigators dug deep, interviewing everyone who'd known him, tracing his history back to childhood. What they found was a pattern of violence and dysfunction stretching back decades. His childhood in Hawaii was marked by poverty and instability. Family members described a quiet boy who seemed to withdraw into himself, who exhibited troubling behaviors even at a young age. There were incidents, violent outbursts, cruelty to animals, inappropriate sexual behavior. Red flags that, in retrospect, screamed danger. But intervention never came or came inadequately. As a teenager and young adult, Goudeau's behavior escalated. The 1983 conviction that put him in prison wasn't his first violent act, just the first time he'd been caught for something serious enough to result in significant prison time. The crime was horrific. He'd kidnapped a woman, held her captive, assaulted her brutally and repeatedly. It was essentially a preview of his later crimes as the baseline killer, but authorities at the time didn't recognize they were dealing with someone who would inevitably kill if given the chance. He served 13 years of a 16-year sentence, gaining release in 1996 with conditions, parole supervision, mandatory check-ins, restrictions on his movements and activities. But the system was overwhelmed, under-resourced, and ultimately ineffective at monitoring high-risk offenders. Gudo slipped through the cracks, and people died as a result. Psychological evaluations conducted after his arrest painted a clinical picture of a severe antisocial personality disorder with sadistic features. In layman's terms, he was a psychopath. The capacity for empathy that prevents most people from harming others simply didn't exist in him. People were objects. Their suffering was either irrelevant or pleasurable. Remorse was absent, replaced by annoyance at being caught. Dr. Sarah Chun, a forensic psychologist who evaluated Gudo, described him in her testimony as one of the most dangerous individuals she'd encountered in 20 years of practice. His effect is completely flat when discussing his crimes, she testified. He shows more emotion describing a parking ticket than when recounting the murder of human beings. The emotional architecture that makes us human is simply missing in him. The trial began in August 2011, 5 years after his arrest. The delay was typical for capital cases, defense attorneys exercising every right to review evidence, file motions, prepare their case. But for victims and their families, the wait was agonizing. The prosecution's opening statement was devastating. They methodically laid out the timeline of terror. November 2005 through June 2006. 9 confirmed murders, 15 sexual assaults, multiple armed robberies. They described each victim, not just as case numbers, but as human beings with families, dreams, futures that Mark Gudo stole. Then came the evidence. Forensic specialists testified about DNA matches. The odds of the DNA being someone other than Gudo were astronomical, billions to 1. Ballistics experts matched bullets recovered from murder victims to a gun found during Gudo's arrest. The scientific evidence was damning and irrefutable. But the most powerful testimony came from survivors. One by one, women who'd endured Gudo's assaults took the stand. Their courage was extraordinary. Facing their attacker, recounting the worst experiences of their lives, maintaining composure despite visible trauma. One survivor, identified only as Maria L., to protect her privacy, described the night Gudo attacked her near her apartment. "I heard footsteps behind me, but I didn't think anything of it," she testified, her voice steady despite tears streaming down her face. "Then his hand was on my mouth, and he had a gun against my head. He told me if I screamed, he'd kill me. And I believed him because his eyes. There was nothing in his eyes." She described the assault in clinical terms required by law, details necessary for prosecution but devastating to hear. Throughout her testimony, Gudo sat expressionless at the defense table, occasionally making notes, showing no visible reaction. The contrast between her obvious pain and his cold indifference was stark and disturbing. Another survivor, an elderly woman attacked in her home, testified about the lasting psychological damage. "I don't sleep anymore," she said. "Every sound terrifies me. I had to move because I couldn't stay in that apartment. He took everything from me. My sense of safety, my independence, my peace of mind. I'm 73 years old, and I'm afraid of the dark like a child." The families of murder victims were next. Parents described children who would never grow old. Children described parents taken too soon. Spouses described empty beds and silent homes. The cumulative weight of grief in that courtroom was crushing. Robert Martinez testified about his daughter, Carmen, murdered by Gudo at age 22. "She wanted to be a teacher," he said, his voice breaking. "She loved kids. She was working 2 jobs to save money for college. She was walking home from one of those jobs when he found her. She had her whole life ahead of her, and he took it in minutes. For what? For nothing." The prosecution presented evidence showing Gudo's crimes weren't impulsive acts of passion or desperation. They were calculated, predatory actions by someone who enjoyed inflicting suffering. Crime scene photos, too graphic for public display, showed the level of violence inflicted on victims. Medical examiners testified about injuries, describing the torture victims endured before death. The defense tried to mount a case for mitigation. They presented Gudo's difficult childhood, his history of mental health issues, his prior incarceration, and the failure of the rehabilitation system. They argued that while his actions were heinous, his background provided context. They brought in their own psychological experts who testified about personality disorders and impulse control. But the evidence was too overwhelming, the crimes too monstrous. Gudo had stalked, terrorized, sexually assaulted, and murdered vulnerable people for months. He'd shown no mercy, no hesitation, no remorse. He was a predator who would kill again if given the opportunity. On September 14, 2011, after weeks of testimony and days of deliberation, the jury returned with verdicts. Guilty on all counts. 9 first-degree murders, 15 sexual assaults, armed robberies, kidnapping, over 70 felony convictions in total. The courtroom erupted in a mixture of sobs and sighs of relief. But the trial wasn't over. In capital cases, conviction is followed by a sentencing phase where the jury decides between life in prison or death. Both sides would present additional evidence and arguments specifically focused on punishment. The prosecution argued that Gudo's crimes were so heinous, so numerous, so cruel that death was the only appropriate punishment. They presented evidence of his lack of remorse, his high risk of reoffending, the terror he'd inflicted on an entire city. The defense argued against the death penalty on principle and practical grounds. They discussed the arbitrariness of capital punishment, the possibility of errors, the costs of appeals. They argued that life in prison without possibility of parole would ensure public safety while avoiding the moral complications of state-sanctioned execution. The jury deliberated on sentencing for 3 days. On November 18, 2011, they returned with their decision, death. Mark Gudo would be executed for his crimes. As the verdict was read, Gudo showed the first real emotion he displayed throughout the trial. Not remorse or fear, but anger. His jaw clenched, his eyes flashed. For a moment, the mask slipped completely, and everyone in that courtroom saw the monster beneath. He was immediately remanded to death row at the Arizona State Prison Complex in Florence, where he would spend his remaining years in a small cell, isolated from other inmates, waiting for an execution date that might never come given the lengthy appeals process in capital cases. For the survivors and families, the verdict brought some measure of closure, though the wounds would never fully heal. Justice had been served, but it couldn't undo the trauma, couldn't bring back the dead, couldn't erase the nightmares. Phoenix could finally, truly exhale. The baseline killer was not just caught but convicted and condemned. The nightmare had definitively ended, but questions remained. Were there other victims? Unsolved crimes that might be Gudo's work? Cold cases that deserved another look with him as a suspect. The investigation would continue for years, looking for answers, seeking justice for any additional victims whose cases might finally be solved. Evil doesn't end when the monster is caged. It echoes through time, rippling outward from each act of violence, touching lives in ways both visible and hidden. Mark Gudo sits on death row, but the baseline killer's legacy continues to haunt Phoenix, shape policies, traumatize survivors, and stand as a grim reminder of what happens when the system fails. Death row at Arizona State Prison Complex in Florence is designed for isolation. Inmates spend 23 hours a day in small cells, allowed out for 1 hour of recreation alone. There's no contact with other inmates, minimal human interaction, an existence designed to be neither rehabilitative nor punitive but simply containment. Mark Gudo has existed in this limbo since 2011, his appeals working through the courts at the glacial pace typical of capital cases. He's given few interviews, and those he has granted reveal nothing approaching remorse or insight. In a 2014 interview with a true crime documentarian, Gudo maintained his innocence despite the overwhelming evidence. He claimed the DNA was planted, witnesses were mistaken, the entire prosecution was a conspiracy against him. The delusion was complete, the denial absolute. "I never hurt nobody that didn't deserve it," he said at one point. a slip that suggested he was admitting to actions while simultaneously justifying them. When pressed on this statement, he became agitated, shut down, refused further questions. The interview ended with Gudo being escorted back to his cell, still insisting he was a victim of injustice. Psychologists who've studied his case note this is typical behavior for violent psychopaths. They often construct elaborate justifications for their actions, reframing themselves as victims or heroes in their own narratives. The cognitive distortion is profound, reality itself is bent to fit their self-concept. Gudo genuinely seems to believe he's been wronged, that his conviction was unjust, that the world has misunderstood him. But while Gudo sits in isolation, those he harmed continue living with the consequences of his actions. Survivors of his assaults face lifelong psychological trauma. Post-traumatic stress disorder is nearly universal among sexual assault survivors, and Gudo's victims were subjected to particularly violent attacks. Nightmares, flashbacks, hypervigilance, difficulty with intimacy and trust. These symptoms persist for years, sometimes decades. Maria L., the survivor who testified at trial, later spoke to victim advocacy groups about her experience. "People think justice means it's over," she said, "but it's never over for us. I still can't walk alone at night. I still panic when I hear footsteps behind me. I've had thousands of dollars in therapy bills, and I'm still not the person I was before he attacked me. He took something from me that I'll never get back." The families of murder victims live with an absence that never heals. Holidays, birthdays, weddings, graduations. Every milestone becomes a reminder of who's missing. The grief is complicated by the violent nature of their loved ones' deaths. Knowing that someone you love spent their final moments in terror and pain is a burden that shapes everything that follows. Carmen Martinez's father, Robert, became an advocate for victims' rights after his daughter's murder. He lobbied for changes to parole laws, arguing that violent offenders like Gudo should never be released regardless of time served. "My daughter is dead because the system released a monster," he told legislators. "They knew he was dangerous. He'd already brutalized a woman, and they let him out anyway, and he killed 9 people. That's 9 families destroyed because someone thought he deserved another chance." His advocacy contributed to legislative changes in Arizona. The state tightened parole requirements for violent offenders, particularly those with sexual assault convictions. Monitoring of high-risk parolees was enhanced. Resources for victim services were increased. These changes came too late for Gudo's victims, but potentially saved future lives. The Phoenix Police Department conducted extensive reviews of the baseline killer case, looking for lessons learned and procedural improvements. Several issues emerged. The initial failure to connect the crimes, insufficient resources for the investigation in early stages, gaps in the database of violent offenders that might have flagged Gudo earlier. Detective William White, who led the task force, later reflected on the investigation in interviews. "We did catch him, and we got justice for the victims," he said. "But I still think about how many lives might have been saved if we'd connected the dots faster, if we'd had better tools, if the system hadn't released him in the first place. Those questions haunt everyone who worked this case." The investigation also revealed systemic issues with tracking violent offenders after release. Gudo was supposed to be monitored, but the parole system was overwhelmed and under-resourced. Parole officers carried caseloads far exceeding what was manageable, meaning high-risk offenders like Gudo received minimal supervision. He was required to check in regularly, but those check-ins were perfunctory. A quick conversation, a signature, nothing that would detect the monster lurking beneath the surface. This failure prompted reforms. Arizona invested in better tracking systems, reduced parole officer caseloads, and implemented more stringent monitoring of sex offenders. GPS tracking became standard for high-risk parolees. Regular polygraph examinations were instituted. These measures were expensive and controversial, but the baseline killer case made clear that the cost of inadequate monitoring was measured in human lives. The psychological impact on law enforcement officers who worked the case was significant. Detectives and forensic specialists were exposed to crime scenes of extraordinary brutality. The images, the details, the accumulation of horror, these things take a toll. Several task force members sought therapy for vicarious trauma. One detective left law enforcement entirely, unable to continue after what he'd witnessed. You tell yourself you're professional, that you can compartmentalize, one investigator said in an anonymous interview. But you can't unsee certain things. You can't unknow what human beings are capable of doing to each other. I have daughters, and after working the baseline case, I became paranoid about their safety to the point where it affected my family. I had to get help. The true crime community fixated on the case, producing documentaries, podcasts, books, and articles analyzing every aspect of Gudo's crimes. This attention was a double-edged sword. It kept public awareness high and honored victims' memories, but it also risked sensationalizing tragedy and re-traumatizing survivors. Some victims' families welcomed the attention, viewing it as a way to ensure their loved ones weren't forgotten. Others found it invasive and painful. There's an uncomfortable reality in true crime. People are fascinated by murder, and that fascination can sometimes overshadow the human cost. The victims become characters in a narrative rather than real people who suffered real deaths. Phoenix itself was changed by the baseline killer. The South Phoenix neighborhoods where he hunted became associated with his crimes. Property values declined. Residents moved away. The community faced not just the trauma of the murders, but the economic and social consequences of being identified as the baseline killer's hunting ground. Community leaders worked to reclaim the neighborhood's identity. Memorial gardens were established for victims. Community policing initiatives were strengthened. Neighborhood watch programs expanded. Slowly, over years, the area began to heal, though the scars remained visible to those who knew where to look. The legal appeals process for Gudo's death sentence has dragged on for over a decade. This is standard in capital cases. Defense attorneys are obligated to pursue every possible avenue of appeal, challenging evidence, procedures, jury selection, everything. The process is designed to prevent wrongful executions, but it means Gudo has outlived some of his victims' family members who desperately wanted to see justice carried out before they died. Arizona has faced its own issues with capital punishment. Botched executions, difficulties obtaining lethal injection drugs, and constitutional challenges have created long delays in carrying out death sentences. As of now, Gudo remains on death row with no execution date scheduled. He may die of natural causes before the state executes him, a possibility that infuriates victims' families but is increasingly common in the American death penalty system. Meanwhile, investigators continue examining cold cases that might be Gudo's work. His confirmed killing spree lasted from late 2005 to mid-2006, but was he active before that? Were there earlier victims? Unsolved murders and sexual assaults from the years between his release in 1996 and his known crimes in 2005 are being reviewed with fresh eyes. So far, no additional murders have been definitively attributed to him, but several unsolved sexual assaults show his signature methods. The problem is evidence. Older cases have less forensic material, witnesses' memories have faded, and proving cases beyond reasonable doubt becomes increasingly difficult with time. There's also the question of victimization during his first incarceration from 1983 to 1996. Prison records show multiple disciplinary incidents, several involving violence against other inmates. In prison environments, violence often goes unreported or unresolved. Did Gudo assault or kill fellow inmates? The prison system's opacity makes answering these questions nearly impossible. Dr. Sarah Chen, the forensic psychologist who evaluated him, has continued studying his case as an example of criminal psychopathy. Gudo represents a particular type of serial killer, the power control killer whose crimes are sexually motivated but ultimately about domination, she explains in academic papers. He's highly organized, intelligent enough to evade capture for months, and completely devoid of empathy. These individuals are the most dangerous type of offender because they're rational enough to plan but lack the emotional brakes that prevent most people from acting on violent impulses. Her research suggests that individuals like Gudo are probably rarer than popular culture suggests but more dangerous than generally appreciated. They're not the disorganized, psychotic killers of slasher films. They're methodical predators who blend into society, maintain relationships, hold jobs, and function normally until they decide to hunt. The mask doesn't slip because there's a person underneath. The mask is all there is. This has implications for prevention. How do you identify someone like Gudo before they kill? His prior conviction should have been a massive red flag, but thousands of people are released from prison for violent crimes every year. The vast majority don't become serial killers. So how do you distinguish the truly dangerous from those who've genuinely reformed? There's no easy answer. Better monitoring helps. Longer sentences for violent offenders prevents some recidivism. But ultimately, society must balance public safety with principles of rehabilitation and redemption. Gudo's case argues strongly for the former, but policy can't be made based on worst-case scenarios alone. Victim advocacy organizations use Gudo's case as an example when arguing for improved support services. The psychological and financial costs of surviving violent crime are enormous. Many survivors face medical bills, therapy costs, lost wages from inability to work, and other expenses while simultaneously dealing with trauma. Inadequate support systems mean many survivors suffer alone and without resources. When you're assaulted or a family member is murdered, your life implodes, explains Rebecca Thornton, director of a Phoenix Victim Services organization. You're dealing with emotional devastation while also navigating the criminal justice system, which can be confusing and re-traumatizing. Many people can't afford therapy, can't afford to take time off work to attend court proceedings, can't afford to move if they no longer feel safe in their home. We need robust support systems, and cases like the Baseline Killer show why. The media attention on the case has created a complicated legacy. Books about Gudo, like Baseline Killer, The Hunt for the Worst Serial Killer in Phoenix History, have brought awareness but also profit from tragedy. Documentary filmmakers have produced multiple features examining the crimes. Podcasters have devoted episodes to analyzing every detail. This attention keeps the case in public consciousness, which can be valuable for advocacy and awareness. But it also means Gudo's name is remembered while many of his victims' names are forgotten. There's something obscene about a killer achieving infamy while those he killed slip into anonymity. Some families have pushed back against this, insisting that media coverage focus on victims rather than the perpetrator. "I don't want to hear his name anymore," Carmen Martinez's mother said in a rare interview. "Say my daughter's name. Remember her life, not his crimes. He's already taken so much. Don't let him take her memory too." This tension between public interest and private grief is inherent in high-profile criminal cases. The line between honoring victims and exploiting their deaths is thin and easily crossed. Responsible coverage requires constant awareness of this balance, prioritizing dignity and humanity over sensationalism. As years pass, the immediacy of the Baseline Killer case fades for those not directly affected. Phoenix has moved on as cities do. New crimes, new headlines, new concerns occupy public attention. But for survivors and families, the past remains present. The trauma doesn't diminish with time. It just becomes more familiar. Mark Gudo turned 65 in 2024. He's been on death row for 13 years, longer than he spent killing. He's a grandfather who never sees his grandchildren, a husband whose marriage exists only in letters and occasional phone calls, a prisoner whose world has shrunk to a concrete cell measuring roughly 8 by 10 feet. Does he think about his victims in that isolation? Does he feel remorse in private moments? The evidence suggests not. Every indication is that he remains exactly what he's always been, a predator restrained only by physical barriers, a man who would kill again if given the opportunity, a human being in biological form only. His existence on death row costs Arizona taxpayers approximately $90,000 per year. The expense of housing, feeding, securing, and providing medical care for death row inmates. Over decades, this adds up to millions of dollars, money some argue would be better spent on victim services or crime prevention. Others contend that life itself is valuable and that state-sanctioned execution is morally wrong regardless of the crime. These debates continue in legislatures, courts, and public forums. Gudo's case is invoked by both sides as an example of evil so profound that death is the only just punishment, or as evidence that even monsters can be securely contained without killing them. What isn't debatable is the destruction he caused. 9 lives ended violently. 15 women sexually assaulted and traumatized. Countless family members and friends left grieving. A city terrorized for months. Community scarred for years. The ripples of his violence extend far beyond the immediate victims, touching thousands of lives in ways both obvious and subtle. Phoenix has implemented numerous changes since the Baseline Killer case. Improved police procedures, better victim services, reformed parole monitoring, community safety initiatives. These changes represent something positive emerging from tragedy, lessons learned written in blood, but potentially saving future lives. Yet the fundamental question remains unanswerable. Why? What creates a Mark Goudeau? Is it childhood trauma, neurological abnormality, moral failure, societal breakdown, or some combination of factors we don't fully understand? After all the trials, all the analysis, all the psychological evaluations, we still can't fully explain how a human being becomes capable of such sustained cruelty. Maybe that's the most disturbing aspect of the Baseline Killer case. We want explanations that make sense, that allow us to identify warning signs, that convince us such evil is rare and preventable. But Goudeau looked ordinary. He functioned in society. He had relationships, until he didn't, until the monster emerged fully formed, and 9 people died before he was stopped. The case stands as a dark landmark in Phoenix history, a period of terror that tested the city, exposed systemic failures, and ultimately demonstrated both the depths of human evil and the resilience of communities in confronting it. The Baseline Killer was caught. Justice was served. But the scars remain, borne by survivors who rebuilt their lives, families who learned to live with absence, and a city that will never forget the summer a monster walked its streets. Mark Goudeau will likely die on death row, either by execution or natural causes. His death will bring some closure, though it can never balance the scales or restore what was taken. And when he's gone, his name will hopefully fade from memory while his victims are finally remembered not as statistics in a serial killer's tally, but as individuals whose lives had value, whose deaths mattered, whose absence is mourned. That's the real story of the Baseline Killer. Not the monster who killed, but the people who lived and died and survived and grieved and persevered. Their story is the one that deserves to be told, remembered, honored. Because evil may be fascinating, but courage is inspiring. And in the end, courage is what survived. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.